Any first procedures?
Members, we are waiting for some information before we start, so have a little bit more patience. Introduction by members. Minister of Forest.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. As all the members in the House will know, 3 years ago, Russia began an unjust and unprovoked war on Ukraine, and little did I know at that time how much of an impact that would have on me personally. It was just over 2 years ago that I was in Ukraine myself as part of a humanitarian mission with a good group of people from Langford, and I've stayed in touch. That same group is going to be heading to Ukraine in a couple of weeks, has fundraised hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I've just built so many impactful relationships with people there and also people from the Ukrainian community here in Victoria as well. I'm honoured to be able to introduce in this House a number of people that are here for the Premier's ministerial statement. Dmytro Borisenko, the President of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Victoria Branch, Hanna Aleshuk, Vice President of the United Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Victoria Branch, Anastasia Zavelio, Ambassador for Political Inquiries, Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Katriana Bandura, Public Relations Director for the UCC, Robert Hurachuk, President of the Ukrainian Studies Society, Andrei Fabrikov, President of the Ukrainian Canadian Cultural Society of Vancouver Island, Vetrochenko Natalia, Secretary of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, and Brian Malik, United Canadian Congress. Will the House please join me in making them all feel very welcome?
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure, actually, to introduce a familiar face to this House. Jason Gertzen is up in the gallery, but Jason actually just finished coming out of some minor surgery. He had a spill on his bike, and I believe there was a fractured clavicle and a few ribs, but in spite of the fact that he was in surgery, I understand yesterday, he's here, and I just want the House to be thankful that he's here and give him a very round welcome.
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to welcome a couple of guests in the House from the University of British Columbia. Melanie Stewart, as a former Deputy to the Minister of Education and Childcare, was instrumental in helping the province respond to unprecedented population growth, the early childhood education program through our childcare initiative. A remarkable public servant has joined UBC, and President Antoine Bacon, who poached her from us. I think he's done some other things as well. They're both here to meet with members of the House to talk about the research and economic driving activities of UBC, as well as the experience of students training up the next generation of leaders in our province. So glad to have them here. I know that UBC touches the lives of many of the members, constituents across the province. Please all join me in making them feel very welcome here today.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, we are joined in the House by a valued volunteer of mine, a trusted advisor and cherished friend, Madiar Biazi, who has joined our team in jobs, economic development and innovation. He is also my Farsi language instructor. So, Madiar Jon, Beyinja Hoshamadid. Would the House please join me in welcoming him to this place?
Member for Victoria Swan Lake.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today we are joined in the House by representatives from the Asamba Centre, neighbours to my constituency office in Victoria Swan Lake. Office Manager Melvin Carbonell and volunteer Erin Ladinius support the important work of the only African cultural centre and hub for people of African descent on Vancouver Island. I look forward to sharing more about this organization later this afternoon, and I ask that the House please join me in making them feel very welcome.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Victoria Swan Lake.
Again, Honourable Speaker. And thank you to the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations on whose territory we gather. Victoria Swan Lake is proud to be home to the Asamba African Arts and Cultural Centre. As we enter the final week of Black History Month, I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to highlight the work they do every day to shape our province and uplift the people that live here. Home to the African Art and Cultural Contributor Society, Asamba was founded by visionary and advocate Pulsheri Umbasi. Since 2012, the Centre has promoted the rich and diverse cultures of Africa and the Caribbean through arts, education, and community initiatives such as the Black in BC Leadership Summit and Africa Fest. As the Parliamentary Secretary for Arts and Film, I cannot overstate the importance of ensuring that diverse voices are represented in the arts. Asamba's work preserves and promotes the rich history, cultures, and traditions of the Black diaspora. This empowers people to become an integral part of Canada's cultural fabric and affirms the value of diversity for us all. Asamba also plays a significant role in the fight against anti-Black racism and systemic racism more broadly. In 2022, they led and convened a pilot project which directly contributed to the government's Anti-Racism Data Act. I thank Asamba's professional team, and volunteers for their unwavering dedication to promoting cultural awareness and fostering community resilience. Their contributions are deeply appreciated, and we look forward to many more years of inspiring and important work. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member, before I recognize the next member to make a statement, we by mistake missed member for Wandifuka Malahat. He wanted to make an introduction. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to be joined in the chamber today by students from Shawnigan Lake Public School and their teacher, Paul Klassen. It's incredibly important for the next generation to learn about the work we do here as MLAs, so I hope the whole House will join me in making them feel welcome.
Thank you, Member. Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Living in northern BC, we unlock a reservoir of resilience and strength that defines our communities and leaders. Each challenge embraced, whether it's braving harsh winters or enduring economic shifts, only fuels our unbreakable spirit. Leaders in our community emerge, not only as voices of resilience, but beacons of hope and integrity. One such leader from my incredible riding of Prince George Valemount is Jonathan D. Cooper, the Canadian-American professional hockey coach. John is currently the head coach of NHL's Tampa Bay Lightning, and as we are all aware, last week at the Four Nations Hockey Tournament, he led the Canadian team to a win. John is Prince George's first ever NHL coach. He won back-to-back Stanley Cup championships in 2020 and 2021, and he is the longest tenured head coach in the NHL. John's father, Bob, is a leader in the Prince George construction industry, establishing a highly successful business, R.J. Cooper Construction, in 1967. It continues to operate today. In 2013, Bob stated, laughing, "I guess we did a good job with him," hearing his son was to become the head coach for Tampa Bay. After the win last week, Coach Cooper said via Sportsnet, quote, "I just hope Canada is proud because every player in that room is proud to be Canadian. Did we need a win? Not only for our team, but Canada needed a win. The players bear that on their shoulders. They took it seriously. This one was different. It wasn't a win for themselves. This was a win for 40+ million people. The guys knew it, and they delivered," unquote. In the face of adversity, leaders help us to rise together, turning obstacles into stepping stones. As we strive to make life better in British Columbia, let us remember that our strength lies not in individual journeys, but in recognizing what we can accomplish together. United we stand, divided we fall.
Member for Kootenay-Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure to take this time to congratulate the majority owner and CEO of KC Recycling, Pete Stamper, in our Kootenay-Monashee riding on his recent award of a King Charles III Medal for his work in the circular economy. Pete intentionally brought his family to BC from Seattle about 6 years ago. He brought them for safety, schooling, and lifestyle. Pete and family live in Rossland for the outdoor lifestyle and mountain culture it provides. This award is not just a recognition of business success, it's an acknowledgement of being a contributor to the community and making things better. I think a large part of receiving this award has also come from the way he builds relationships and communicates enthusiastically about the importance of his work. Pete's work has a large impact on the Greater Trail area and the region beyond. Every week, 50 semi-trucks of lead-acid batteries are collected from the western parts of the continent and delivered to Pete's facility, keeping them out of landfills. Virtually 100% of the materials of the batteries are recycled and sold back into battery production. This is the largest facility of its type in Western Canada and the Pacific Northwest. Since 2022, with supporting grants from our government, his business and workforce has grown from 40 to 60 direct jobs. That has provided many individuals and families right at home with reliable and meaningful work, paying bills and keeping food on the table. I would also like to congratulate Pete and family in advance for gaining Canadian citizenship later this spring. Again, congratulations on your well-deserved award, Pete. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand in this House today to pay tribute to some of the incredible organizations that look after our most vulnerable and needy people in Chilliwack. I had the opportunity to have a tour through the Salvation Army premises and was truly amazed at all the wonderful ways they care for so many struggling people in this city. They provide them with food, shelter, clothing, even a spot to park their belongings while they simply enjoy the luxury, something we take for granted, of having a shower and using a washing machine and dryer for their clothing. Pastors Matt and Fiona, Josh, Warren, Chris, and Scott, all the countless volunteers who work tirelessly. I was humbled by their dedication and hearts for the people of this city. I visited with Pastor Scott from Ruth and Naomi's Mission, who described to me the sites they oversee for youth as well as adults and families who just need a leg up for a while and a place to stay. They also have many wonderful people working at these sites providing much needed services. They support 26 men and 8 women in residential recovery. They also provide 100 shelter beds each night. As with the Salvation Army, these places are a means to an end. But it's not easy, as more and more of their resources are stretched so thin. But you never hear a word of complaint from them. And last but definitely not least, Tidal Foods, run by the incomparable Brigida. She serves 700 plus seniors. In her own words, she says, "At Tidal Foods, we realize some seniors are struggling so badly that they eat every third day just so they can afford their medication and housing. Some have become our hidden hungry, and we must do better and be better, especially to those most vulnerable. There are many more in Chilliwack, but how incredible. I'm truly humbled by the labor of love these organizations bestow on our community." Thank you.
Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This past Saturday, communities across the province came together to walk in their local Coldest Night of the Year event to help combat homelessness and poverty. It was especially meaningful for me to partake in this year's walk, which took place in my community of Surrey Newton, a community where so many local organizations work tirelessly to support vulnerable individuals and raise awareness about critical issues like poverty, food insecurity, mental health, and housing challenges. There was an outpouring of support from a number of local community groups, including the 5 organizations that hosted this year's walk. The event was led by Moving Forward Family Services, which provides affordable and accessible counseling supports to underserved communities across Canada, Seva Foundation, which supports various local charities through funds raised in their Seva thrift store, the South Asian Community Hub, which offers culturally sensitive wraparound services for individuals and families facing health and social challenges, the South Asian Legal Clinic of BC, which provides low-cost and low-barrier legal services and education and legal advocacy, and Guru Nanak's Free Kitchen, which provides warm meals to those in need in the downtown east side as well as across the Lower Mainland. The work of these organizations does not go unnoticed in our community, and I'm deeply grateful to those for hosting this year's walk and for the work that they do day in and day out throughout the year. I also want to thank the volunteers, the participants, the donors, and everyone who made this event a success. Your participation speaks volumes about the strength of our community and your compassion for those in need. Thank you for walking together to make a difference so that we can ensure that no one in our community is left out in the cold. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna Centre.
Honourable Speaker, today I have the honour of recognizing Peter Lees from Freedom's Door. Freedom's Door is a men's addiction recovery center in Kelowna Centre. For nearly 20 years, Peter has dedicated himself to serving the most vulnerable, beginning at other organizations like Caris House. His tireless work recently earned him the King Charles III Coronation Medal, a true testament to his kindness, compassion, and work ethic. It's impossible not to feel inspired around Peter. His infectious joy shines through every conversation. I heard a story from a recent alumnus who credited Peter with not only helping him overcome addiction, but also helped him enter a 4-year engineering program at university. Another notable graduate from Freedom's Door, Levi Nelson, he attended in 2015. He's gone on to become one of 4 Indigenous designers of the medal for the Invictus Games. Founded by Tom Smith Wick in 2002, Freedom's Door now boasts a chapel, a gazebo, several gathering areas, and a long waiting list, all achieved without government funding, relying solely on community generosity. Their abstinence and faith-based approach, along with a strong good neighbor policy, inspires participants to give back. Whether it's picking up garbage, shoveling snow, or cutting the grass for new parents of triplets when it grows to about a foot tall, their impact is clear. Their neighbors love them. The 90-day program at Freedom's Door helps participants understand the biological, psychological, social, and spiritual roots of addiction, guiding them back to hope, worth, and purpose. My favorite quote on their site is, quote, "We talk in group of spirituality because the worst outcomes of addiction are total loss of hope, loss of worth, of value, and of purpose," end quote. I'm so impressed with Freedom's Door's success rate and return of quality of life to individuals. We need more programs like this that truly heal and restore lives. Thank you, Tom, Peter, and Freedom's Door.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Honourable Speaker, I seek leave for an introduction.
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly exciting to welcome students from Richmond Secondary School in my riding of Richmond Centre to the BC Legislature today. They're the future leaders of our province, and who knows, one day we may see some of them here as MOAs. I had the privilege of visiting the school for the Remembrance Day ceremony last November, and I was truly impressed. The band and the student MC did an outstanding job, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize their hard work. Let's all give them a big round of applause and warmly welcome them to the BC Legislative Assembly.
Members, earlier member for Wandifuka had introduced his students from his riding. I think they have arrived now, so we can wave at them. Thank you. Welcome. Honourable Premier to make a ministerial statement. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to mark the 3rd anniversary of one of the darkest days of modern history. 3 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia launched an unjustified, brutal attack on a peaceful neighbor. The scenes of Russian aggression shocked the conscience of people around the world. Helicopters attacking airports, civilians fleeing across shattered bridges, tanks rolling up city streets. Those fleeing the invasion knew what a Russian occupation meant for them. We saw bodies of Ukrainian civilians lying beside bicycles as if they'd been shot for sport. We saw victims of massacres lying in courtyards and mass graves. But we also saw scenes of incredible and remarkable bravery, outnumbered soldiers fighting off attackers, unarmed civilians blocking the path of tanks, a woman in a headscarf confronting an armed invader saying, quote, "Put these seeds in your pocket so at least sunflowers will grow when you fall." Honourable Speaker, I'm happy to report that after 3 years of slaughter, deprivation, air raids, unspeakable horrors, Kyiv stands free. Ukraine remains an independent, sovereign nation as its citizens want it to be, and may it ever be such. Ukraine did not start this war. Russia is unquestionably the aggressor in this illegal, immoral, unnecessary war. The pretext for the invasion was that the Ukrainians needed security. What they needed security from was clearly the threat from Russia. Russia has failed to conquer Ukraine because of the bravery of the Ukrainian people, their armed forces, and their democratically elected president. We saw that unvanquished Ukrainian spirit on display at the Invictus Games, Honourable Speaker, in Vancouver and Whistler. 35 resilient Ukrainian warriors competing, winning 30 medals, including 12 golds. Ukrainians are indomitable. They've shown that spirit in their long struggle for independence. You may have heard of the paramedic Yulia Peskova. She's also known as Tyra. She organized a volunteer ambulance corps called Tyra's Angels, saving Ukrainian civilians, Ukrainian soldiers, and yes, even Russian soldiers. She was captured and tortured by the Russians. When she was rescued, she needed both hips replaced. She then competed in the Invictus Games, earlier Invictus Games, and went on to win 2 medals. The war may be far away geographically, but for many British Columbians, it is very close to their hearts. Canadians have historic and contemporary ties to Ukraine. That's why so many Canadians have stepped forward to help that nation and its people in their time of need. Some Ukrainians have even found sanctuary here in very far away British Columbia. So many people open their doors to Ukrainians in an expression of humanity and solidarity. I remember Shirley Bond, member for Prince George, talking about how Prince George welcomed 170 displaced Ukrainians with more on the way. Volunteers met them at the airport. They gave them furniture, supplies to start their new lives. There were uncountable acts of kindness. I know the Ukrainians would do no less for us if the roles were reversed. This is an historic moment. It's a time that calls on all of us to be strong of heart and clear-eyed, to have a strong moral center. That's why British Columbians join other Canadians in standing with the people of Ukraine as they defend their land. It is unacceptable to have dictators bully and attack peaceful neighbors. The free democratic world must uphold Ukraine's independence, their sovereignty, and their territorial integrity. We are in a very dangerous place indeed if we allow bullies and dictators to run roughshod against democratic and peaceful neighbors. Democratic societies like our own offer the greatest freedoms and opportunities for people. It seems we're increasingly in a topsy-turvy world, Honourable Speaker. Spirited political debate has always happened, but it was built on a shared understanding of basic facts. We could disagree on an approach, but we agreed on the underlying character of the issues we faced. Now, some call into question the basic facts around science and history. They ask us to disbelieve things we can see with our own eyes, that we hear with our own ears. Lies and disinformation are the building blocks behind recent statements about Ukraine and its leaders. To be clear, President Zelensky is no dictator. There is a dictator in this conflict. His name is Vladimir Putin. The Russian threat to Europe is so obvious that Sweden and Finland, after 75 years of resisting joining NATO, despite sharing borders with the Soviet Union, have now joined NATO. The Swedes and the Finns understand that a threat to Ukraine is a threat to them. And a threat to Ukraine is a threat to every nation that wants to remain independent. We live in an age when trade and political alliances are shattering and new ones need to be formed. As just one example, the threat of tariffs, or worse, from our southern neighbor jeopardizes 200 years of relationship. In all of human history, you'd have a hard time finding two countries that work together so fruitfully and peacefully as ours. A trade war is obviously the last thing we want, but we will do everything necessary to protect the people and businesses of British Columbia. In these troubled times, it's important, it's more than ever important, that free and democratic people band together. We stand with the Ukrainian people against Russian aggression. We salute their bravery, we salute their resilience. They deserve a fair and just peace, with their independence and sovereignty not only preserved, but made stronger than ever.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Honourable Speaker, I want to recognize the Premier for bringing attention to this dire anniversary and the conflict that we see around the world today. Today, I rise to address the devastating impact of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. As we witness the loss of so many lives, we must take a moment to reflect on the profound grief experienced by all those who have lost loved ones during the tragic time we're seeing unfold. Our hearts are with those who mourn, and we extend our deepest sympathies to all that are affected. This conflict has left a deep scar on the countless individuals, families, and entirety of communities. It's taken lives, destroyed homes, and displaced countless people. The impact is felt far beyond the immediate front lines and continues to ripple through every corner of the world. It is a stark reminder of the preciousness of life and the human cost of war. War exacts a heavy toll on those who survive it. The trauma, both physical and psychological, can last long after the conflict ends. Communities that once thrived now face the painful task of coping and then rebuilding, knowing that much of what we lost may never return. Children grow up in environments shaped by violence and fear, carrying with them the scars that may persist through generations. For many, the devastation is not just the loss of loved ones, but in the loss of a future that they once imagined. It's very difficult for us to process here the scale of the tragedy, but we must acknowledge the ongoing suffering and uncertainty that continues each day. While words cannot undo the damage done, we can reaffirm our commitment to support all measures that can help bring about peace and a just resolution. In these incredibly difficult times, it's more important than ever to focus on the future, and our collective goal should always be to find a path forward that ensures the safety, dignity, and well-being of all people. Let us continue to advocate for diplomacy, dialogue, and peaceful efforts that bring us closer to a lasting resolution. The human cost of conflict must not be ignored. We must remain committed to building a future where peace prevails for all. Thank you.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As the Premier and the Opposition House Leader have noted, 3 years ago, human dignity, sovereignty, and peace were threatened by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The result has been hundreds of thousands of people killed or wounded, cities turned to ruin, millions of Ukrainians displaced, and a destabilization of global politics. I have to say, on a personal level, I'd hoped we were beyond this. I hoped we were better than this, fighting and killing each other for national territory when there are existential threats to our way of life. As we enter the 4th year of this war and humanitarian crisis, it is more important than ever for British Columbia to extend its unwavering support to Ukraine. We cannot allow geographical distance or time elapsed to render us apathetic to the brutalities inflicted on Ukrainians. We must not ignore the violence against the Ukrainian people that continues just as fiercely today. We must stay vigilant against hate and fight back against the influx of disinformation, mistrust, and deception coming from Russia, Putin, and those under his influence. We must ensure that peace is led by Ukrainian leaders and acknowledge the need for international support to rebuild. That effort must be led from Kyiv based on Ukrainian interests, not financial interests out of Washington. We must not let global leaders bully Ukraine and use this crisis for their own personal gain. The sovereignty of Ukraine is not up for debate, just as our Canadian sovereignty is non-negotiable. Above all, we must remember the people of Ukraine, the many innocent lives lost, families separated, and vibrant communities torn apart, the millions displaced and severed from their homes, the dreams, hopes, and desires that make up Ukraine lost to needless war. While remembrance and reflection are important, they must also be met with action. This crisis is ongoing, and it's our duty to stay committed to Ukraine and its people. Last year in this House, Sonia Furstenau said that this crisis should serve as a wake-up call to us all about the importance of unity and resilience. This sentiment is just as relevant as it was last year, and I encourage us all to rally together behind our friends in Ukraine. To continue fighting alongside them for their sovereignty and right to self-determination, to ensure nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, to foster a British Columbia that is welcoming and safe for all Ukrainians who need it, to be optimistic and hopeful for our future together, and to create a world in which we might cast aside the horrors of war in exchange for respectful dialogue, cooperation, and peace. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. BC's forest sector has been out without a softwood lumber agreement for 8 years. Thousands of jobs have been lost, mills have been closed, families and communities have been devastated. For 8 years, the Premier and his government has done nothing to solve the softwood lumber problem that we have. He likes to wrap himself in the flag, but this is more about posturing for politics as opposed to actually doing something for workers. The Conservative Party of British Columbia has put forward a plan to place a carbon tax on USA thermal coal, keep this revenue in a trust, and use it to leverage to get a deal done with the Americans. To the Premier, will you implement this plan?
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our forestry industry is facing huge challenges. The recent proposal to increase tariffs on them, which they are seeing, is costing jobs and livelihoods. I'm glad to see the Leader of the Opposition standing up to say that he is seeking ways to retaliate against unfair tariffs. Because frankly, I hadn't heard him say that. It's a significant departure. And it's important that in this House, that when the US is attacking industries in Canada, that we all stand together to say, if you hit us, we'll hit you back. We're going to make sure that Americans feel what you're imposing on Canadians. We don't want this fight. We're going to stand up for it. Shh, the member knows there are big challenges with a federally regulated industry of railways and ports, but I am happy to work with the member to find ways to retaliate against unfair tariffs against Canadian industries we can all support, because we got to stand up for BC businesses, including in the forestry sector. And honestly, Honourable Speaker, it is a relief to hear him talk about retaliation, because this House needs to be united in the face of this unprecedented threat from our neighbour to the south.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's clear why nothing has been done for 8 years. There was no tariffs. There was no issues. There was duties that were put in place, and clearly this Premier did not understand the challenge of facing a forest sector and doing absolutely nothing. Now he wants to stand up to champion BC, and helpfully, I'm glad he wants to stand up to champion BC, but what about all the workers that lost their jobs? What about the forest sector that has not had a champion in this government for 8 years, and that has been devastating? We need plans, not rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative Party has put forward plans to eliminate the job-killing carbon tax, not the consumer side, but also all of it, because it kills jobs and makes us uncompetitive. We put a plan forward to open our mines, to export our natural gas, to be able to support the jobs and support a province, to make sure that British Columbia can remain strong. The Americans have postured about Canada becoming our 51st state. I can tell you, Mr. Premier, not on my watch. That will never happen here in British Columbia. It's time to rake the Americans over the coals and deal with this issue. This is why we're asking for this carbon tax to be put in place. We need to be able to have leverage to deal with the Americans to get a softwood lumber agreement in place. And yes, there's a threat of tariffs, but this is an ongoing 8-year challenge that we've had that the NDP have done nothing on. So once again, to the Premier, will you implement a carbon tax on the US thermal coal coming through British Columbia? We have the ability to do that. Use it as the leverage that's needed to get a softwood lumber and get our forest workers back to work.
Members, all questions and comments must be directed to the chair. Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I guess I'm just, I'm glad for the member changing his position on this, but it is a change in position.
The member.
Let me read.
Just let's listen to.
Member said he's against retaliatory tariffs because he thinks it's unfair to American Republicans. He said, quote, "It's dangerous and irresponsible for the Premier's NDP to specifically tariff only Republican states who may not be at fault simply because the current U.S. president is Republican," unquote. He's opposing our retaliatory tariffs against red states that are upholding this attack on Canadian workers and our economy. Now, if he wants to work with us to find areas where we can retaliate, where we can all stand together and support those things, I'm happy to do that. There are major challenges with his, member knows there's major challenges with his proposal around federally regulated export industries, around placing provincial charges on that. If it were easy to do, absolutely, we would do it. We're looking for every possible way. We're looking for possible things to do, member. If there anything that is possible, we are exploring it. We'll take the member's idea and explore it. But, Honourable Speaker, there are major challenges to doing that. It's a federally regulated industry, railways. It's an export good that goes through a federally regulated port, and we can't place export taxes on products like that. And so we'll explore it. Again, to the member, we have been consistent, and we will be consistent. We will retaliate against the Americans for imposing unfair tariffs.
Members, let's hear the answer. Members, let's hear the answer, please.
We will retaliate against the Americans for unfair tariffs. If the members want to work with us on that, I welcome that change of heart, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. BC's forest industry is under great threat, with U.S. tariffs that could reach as high as 55%. BC's forest product exports make up 24% of BC's total commodity exports. These tariffs would devastate an industry that has been crippled by this NDP government. To be clear, we had mills close and communities negatively impacted before the threats of tariffs. Today, we propose a plan that will raise revenue on U.S. coal shipped through BC ports, and a plan that would support BC's forest industry if the U.S. won't back down on their tariffs. Mr. Speaker, through the chair, will the Forest Minister support our plan and work with us to support a complete Team Canada?
Minister of Forest.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everyone in British Columbia knows how vital our forest sector is to our province. Has been for the past 100 years and will be for the next 100 years. Duties on BC and Canadian softwood lumber exports to the United States are unjustified, and it's why on my first official day as Minister of Forests, I sent a letter to my federal counterparts asking them to do everything in their power to stand up for BC forest workers and to stand up for our forest industry. Mr. Speaker, our work didn't stop there. Mr. Speaker, our work didn't stop there. We launched the new Softwood Lumber Advisory Council because we're putting the full weight of BC and the ring on this fight. Now, to the members opposite, when we launched that Softwood Advisory Council, the member opposite who asked the question said, there's a bunch of union representatives. I don't know why they need 3 or 4 union representatives on a council such as this, and we've got some serious concerns and questions in regards to that. Why would the member be concerned about having workers on a Softwood Lumber Advisory Council? So I'd ask to the member, I sent him a letter. Did he meet with those union leaders?
Kamloops North Thompson, supplemental.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And remember, for clarity, the Softwood Lumber Agreement has been sitting on the books since 2015 without anything done. And this government has been here for 8 years and they've done nothing on this file. So, Mr. Speaker, 65% of BC softwood lumber is shipped to the U.S. That is lumber and forest products, which is the top exported commodity from BC to the U.S. The NDP's inaction in response to U.S. tariffs is threatening to shut down our entire forest industry.
So, Mr. Speaker, through to the chair, if the Forest Minister is unable to support our proposal for taxing shipment of U.S. thermal coal and using those funds to support our BC industry, will he at least agree to bring it swiftly to his recently established BC Softwood Advisory Council to get their opinion on our proposal and commit to making it public?
Minister of Forest.
Mr. Speaker, breaking news. Does the member opposite know who was the Minister of Forest back in the previous government? But the Leader of the Opposition. What did the Leader of the Opposition do on this file? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker.
Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, come to order.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome any ideas, any solutions to be able to address this. I welcome any solutions to this long challenge that has been going on since prior to I was alive, Mr. Speaker, I might add. I was in Sacramento just a couple of weeks ago. I was speaking to community leaders, to lawmakers who almost lost everything down south with devastating wildfires impacting the southern part of California. British Columbians know all too well the devastating impacts of wildfires. It's why we have a strong working relationship between BC Wildfire and CAL FIRE. And the meeting that I was able to secure down there was with the California Building Industry Association, where they jointly put out a statement, and Dan Dunnemoyer, who's the head of the the California Building Industry Association, said, and I would quote, tariffs could add $35,000 to $45,000 to a home built. We know how devastating softwood lumber duties and tariffs are to British Columbians, but Americans know how devastating they are to those people who are just trying to rebuild their homes.
Leader of the third party.
Mr. Speaker, the BC Green Caucus eagerly awaits details on the plan to fast-track approval of critical mineral projects. Having worked in the mining industry, I'm glad to see its renaissance supporting the electrification of our economy, as long as recycling of critical minerals is as prominent in our priorities as raw extraction. However, at least 2 of the 4 mines specified by the government are primarily gold and silver projects, neither of which is considered a critical mineral in Canada. Yes, some geological deposits have critical mineral byproducts, but we need to focus any streamlining efforts on projects that are central to the energy transition. My question is for the Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals. Does the ministry use a different definition of critical mineral than the Canadian government's?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. The Premier has asked me to work with my colleagues to ensure that we're able to do 3 things when it comes to responding to the threat of the tariffs from the U.S., President Trump's administration. First, of course, is to respond, and there's been lots of debate, and it's great to hear the opposition party finally agree that they believe that there should be a strong response from British Columbia. Of course, diversifying is going to be a critically...
Member. Are we done? Minister will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is a serious topic.
Yeah.
I assume that members across the way would want a serious response and not have heckling. But
Members, the Executive Council has the right, whoever they want to put to answer any question being asked, and we have done before, but the other side was on that side. So, Minister, are you done? Please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And of course, one of the key parts of that is strengthening our economy. Colleagues across this side are working on that. It's great to hear the member across the way supports the opportunity that critical minerals plays for the economy in British Columbia, for workers in British Columbia. We look forward to continue to work with the member to expand all types of mining opportunities that will help strengthen BC's economy, but also ensure that we're able to have the resources to support the clean transition that we want to see here in British Columbia and across the country.
Member supplemental.
The government's stated goal is to promote development by speeding up permit approvals, yet a recent audit by SFU and UBC academics found that economic factors like commodity prices play a more significant role in delaying mining projects than do provincial regulations. It's not just a matter of cutting red tape. The audit's conclusion was that the BC government is approving mining operations that aren't economically viable, and that BC mines regularly fail to meet their economic forecasts. For every 100 jobs predicted, only 12 were actually created. My question, again, is to the Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals. If we're to invest public resources to fast-track these projects, how can British Columbians have faith that these mines will create a significant number of jobs when the historical data tells a very different story?
Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals.
So you got one. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thanks to the member for the question. Mining provides Honourable Speaker, 40,000 good family supporting jobs to the people of British Columbia and minerals that are critical to our low carbon future. The mining and mineral exploration sector, Mr. Speaker, is a foundational part of British Columbia's economy, and we are supporting it to grow. With rich mineral, Mr. Speaker, deposit BC has an opportunity to drive growth and create good jobs for the people of British Columbia. And we are advancing, Mr. Speaker, projects that could supply nickel, rare earth element, niobium, tungsten, and cobalt, all in the Canadian critical mineral list, Mr. Speaker. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we launched phase 1 of BC critical mineral strategy, which includes taking action to expedite critical mineral projects, Mr. Speaker, and maximize federal funding, Mr. Speaker, to grow the economy and create good jobs for the people of British Columbia.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Delta were shocked this weekend. Accidents happen, people get injured, and when they do, they expect their local emergency department to be open. But this past weekend in my community of Delta, you could not do that. For 2 whole nights, the ER was closed, and when seconds matter, told my constituents to drive half an hour or more to Surrey Memorial, where wait times are up to 18 hours long. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Health, after 8 years of NDP governance, how can you accept this abject failure to deliver emergency health care in the province of BC?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I want to start by saying I share his very deep concern for what had to take place this weekend in his constituency and for the people who live in his riding and the surrounding area. Everybody wants to be able to depend on the emergency department, knowing that it is there for them when they need emergency care. These decisions are not taken lightly, and Fraser Health and other health authorities facing this situation do everything that they can to ensure that there is sufficient staffing in an emergency department because it is so critical. Mr. Speaker, we are doing so much work to attract physicians, nurses, healthcare workers, everybody that we need to run every aspect of our public healthcare system here in British Columbia. When these very difficult decisions need to be taken, they are done in a way to help protect people by ensuring that the BC Emergency Health Services knows what's happening, that the public is alerted at a time so that they understand what is happening. But Mr. Speaker, we have so much work to continue to do, attracting new physicians, credentialing internationally trained graduates, bringing in new nurses, and we're going to continue doing this work so that we can end these types of diversions. Thank you.
Delta South Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years in this seat in the Legislature, I have heard the same responses over and over and over again. Mr. Speaker, the emergency room is supposed to be a 24/7 service, yet under this NDP government, you can't guarantee the ER will be open when you need it. Think of the sounds and sirens at night around Ladner and Tawasin and wondering where that poor heart attack or stroke victim will be transported to and how long it will take or will they die on the way in an ambulance? Again, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Health, when will you fix your government's failure to ensure BC's emergency rooms are open when trauma strikes?
Through the chair member. Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member for the follow-up question there. Again, there is so much work to do to build out the healthcare workers that we need to ensure that every aspect of our healthcare system is functioning in the way that British Columbians need and depend on. We have so much to be proud of here in our public healthcare system, and I know that the doctors and the nurses and the workers in those hospitals are feeling this, and they too are impacted by this. They are working so hard. Mr. Speaker, we didn't get into this problem.
Members.
We did not get into this problem overnight. Mr. Speaker, that's why we are taking short-term steps through the work that we're doing to attract more physicians, nurses, and healthcare workers, but longer-term steps too, like building a new medical school in Surrey through SFU. Mr. Speaker, when the opposition leader was in government, he had the opportunity to open a new Surrey medical school, and he said no. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to take every step that we can, every tool that we have in our tool belt to build our healthcare workforce in a time of a global shortage so that we can end these closures. Thank you.
Member for Bulkley West Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today talking about the community of Kitwanga, which is way up north. They have been fundraising for their ambulance station for over 10 years. The building that they were currently using was built in 1940, and it's an outdated old Forestry Service building, which is now condemned. The space is the only ambulance station in the area, and the next closest one is 45 minutes away in Hazelton. The residents have raised $900,000 through bake sales, bingo games, and local business donations, yet not one thin dime from this government after repeated asks. Residents have already lost lives due to the lack of emergency services in the region. Will the minister step up to fund this critical piece of public safety infrastructure in BC's north?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question and for raising the profile of what I know has been a real challenge for rural and remote communities in terms of equitable access to healthcare and knowing that the emergency healthcare system is there for them when they need it.
Members.
Mr. Speaker, when people call 911, they want to know that the ambulance is going to be there. And Mr. Speaker, since 2017, we've seen a significant increase in the number of calls around the province, and we've taken action to strengthen the services in the emergency health system. Mr. Speaker, that includes adding over 1,500 permanent new full-time paramedics, 77 new ambulances, 5 new air ambulances, all part of strengthening the system. I invite the member to provide my office with more details, specifically about the proposal that she raises today in the House, so that I can address it and get back to her with the information that she needs. Thank you.
Member supplemental.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. But we know public safety isn't a strength for this government. They've waited way too long. You would think providing basic ambulance services would be the least this government could do. Industry has committed to help fund the station because of the need to support those working in BC's north. You keep talking about the true north, strong and free. Well, let's step up and show them how that's done.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member there. I agree. People living in the north, people living in any place in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, need to know that the ambulance system is there for them in their time of need. And that's why we're going to continue to take action to strengthen the paramedic system, to work with the union, to work with the employer, to ensure that ambulances and paramedics, first responders, are there for people when they are needed. Mr. Speaker, that includes the agreements that we have signed with paramedics to increase wages, improving response times, and we are seeing results. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to let up. We're going to continue this work, and once again, I invite the member to provide my office with more information so that I can respond to her. Thank you.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Provincial Rural Retention Incentive provides up to $8,000 a year for healthcare professionals who work in remote and rural communities. Kimberley and Cranbrook are a 7-hour drive from Kelowna and a daunting 12-hour trip to Vancouver. Knowing this reality, my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Health is as follows. Why are healthcare workers in these communities denied this very important financial incentive?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the Provincial Rural and Retention Incentive is used to help fill some of the highest need gaps that are being experienced in remote and rural communities. It is a priority of this government, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there's more equitable access to healthcare, and that means helping to recruit more people to live the great rural lifestyle that those of us who live in rural communities, Mr. Speaker, know about. Mr. Speaker, there is a defined set of communities and occupations that are eligible for this incentive. We continue to take feedback from community leaders, from healthcare workers, and from others so that we can make changes and adapt and monitor as needed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Bridgeport.
BC's economy is under threat. Diversifying trade is one option to support those in this dire time. The Premier should call up our BC Trade Office in Beijing. Oh no, wait. You close it. What about one in Shanghai? Oh no, close too. How about Guangzhou? Close. How about Hong Kong? Closed. I can continue the list. Tokyo, closed. Seoul, closed. Manila, closed. Jakarta, closed. Wait, Singapore, very important city, closed. What about the 4 offices in India, one of our very friendly countries? Closed. New Delhi, Mumbai, Chandigarh, and Hyderabad, all closed. All closed 5 years ago. 5 years of potential trade diversification lost. How can this Premier claim to be diversifying trade when his own government closed our own BC Trade Office?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Member Opposite, for the opportunity to talk about what's really happening in our trade offices. In fact, we opened offices, new offices, in multiple countries in the last couple of years and consolidated our offices. We consolidated our offices in order to save money, which the Member Opposite and their party asks for public accountability and judicious spending of public money. We have saved taxpayers' dollars while ensuring Mr. Speaker, that we have better access for our businesses to diplomatic and investment opportunities. Our exports have grown in countries South Korea, Australia, Taiwan, Germany, the United Kingdom, over 50 trade and invest offices in over 14 markets. We are laser focused, Mr. Speaker. This government is laser focused on diversifying trade to meet this crisis moment for our province. We're going to stand up and defend jobs for British Columbians and support our communities every day.
Member supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again, our previous government have found that BC needs to have our own trade office. But in 2018 and 19, this government, on the 31st of December, called all the 13 trade offices and told them that it's closed. They haven't even had the time to pay their invoices. And so embarrassing. And their excuse is try to save money. But we have proven that we cannot not have our own BC Trade Office, but work with the Federal Trade Commissioner because they won't promote our BC Trade Office. So what is this Premier talking about BC opening, talking about diversifying our trade offices? The government didn't care about diversifying trade 5 years ago. How can anyone believe this Premier will do it this time?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite knows that it is not true. It is false. We have kept our trade offices functioning better and more affordably. We have increased, since we implemented the trade diversification strategy, Mr. Speaker.
Members.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows we've had a trade diversification strategy since 2023 that has increased exports 23%. We have the least dependent province on U.S. Than other provinces. We are very trade diverse compared to the rest of the country, and we will continue to ensure that we have a more diverse trade relationships with trade missions and trade agreements that are supporting jobs across our economy. We signed an agri-tech agreement with the Netherlands, Mr. Speaker. We partnered with Japan Overseas Infrastructure Investment Corporation, Mr. Speaker, for transport and urban development to deliver innovative and clean solutions for the future of transportation in our province. Thank you.
The bell ends the question period. Member for Columbia River Revelstoke has a petition.
Speaker, pursuant to my question period, I have a petition here with approximately 500 signatures on it from the East Kootenay branch of the BC Nurses Union, requesting that they receive the provincial rural retention incentive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attorney General, Deputy Premier.
Honourable Speaker, I present the 2024 annual report of the Property Assessment Appeal Board.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to present the BC Treaty Commission Annual Report from 2024 in accordance with the Treaty Commission Act.
Madam Clerk. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have a series of motions to move. I've let the Opposition House Leader know what they are, as well as the Green Party House Leader. They're the straightforward committees. So, Honourable Speaker, I call motion 1 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 1, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper to appoint a special committee to review the Public Interest Disclosure Act.
Question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 2 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 2, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper. The motion provides a terms of reference for the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services.
Question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 3 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 3, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper to appoint a special committee to appoint statutory officers.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 4 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 4, which notice has been given in my name on the order paper. The motion provides a terms of reference for the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 5 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 5, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper. The motion provides a terms of reference for the Select Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Bills.
Question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 6 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 6, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper. The motion provides a terms of reference for the Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 2, Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. We'll call the House back to order, and today we'll call on the Attorney General to begin second reading and to move the motion on Bill 2.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. This bill, the Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act, creates temporary legislation to allow the acting commissioner's appointment continue until the next commissioner can be appointed for a 5-year term. The Members' Conflict of Interest Act states that a commissioner must be appointed who is an officer of the Legislative Assembly. The commissioner serves a vital role by overseeing and disclosing processes for members, reviewing allegations of contraventions of the Act, and promoting public confidence in elected public officials as they conduct public business. The 2024 provincial general election prevented the typical recruitment process from taking place before the commissioner's appointment expired on January 6, 2025. The Honourable Victoria Gray, KC, was appointed Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner by the Lieutenant Governor and Council to ensure this important office did not become vacant. Pursuant to the Members' Conflict of Interest Act, this acting appointment will expire after 20 sitting days or according to the current parliamentary calendar on April 7, 2025. The next Conflict of Interest Commissioner will not be appointed by that date, as time is required for a thorough recruitment process to be conducted by a special committee. The bill will permit the acting commissioner appointment to continue until the next commissioner can be appointed to avoid a vacancy in the office. The bill includes a clear time limitation to ensure a recruitment process takes place to enable the Legislative Assembly to make a recommendation for the next Conflict of Interest Commissioner to be appointed for a 5-year term. Just wanted to comment and show my appreciation for the acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner. We have a lot of new MLAs here in the House on both sides, and what they will find is that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and her office is a very useful process in order to make sure that members can understand what their commitments are to abide by any conflict of interest rules. But I also say that it's very accessible. So any member that at any time has a conflict or even a question about what might be a conflict, they can seek out the advice of this office. That's a very useful tool. And I think even more important now when we think about how our democratic institutions and our structures that are in place to keep this building and our government process to have the integrity of the public, and for people to know that not only do individual members can get the guidance of the conflict commissioner, but she is also the watchdog to make sure that every single one of the members in this House is acting in accordance with the rules. I just want to thank Victoria Gray KC for agreeing to serve on an acting basis following the end of her official term at the end of 2024, as well as for her service for the previous 5 years. Ms. Gray served for 16 years on BC Supreme Court between 2001 and 2017. A little bit about her background that makes her a really good candidate, and we're grateful for her continuing to act as an acting conflict of interest commissioner. Before her appointment as a judge, Ms. Gray practiced law for 19 years as a commercial litigator in Vancouver. From 1993 to 1998, while she was practicing law, she was also an adjunct professor at the Peter A. Allard School of Law, University of British Columbia, teaching civil litigation. Ms. Gray has served on a number of boards, including the Law Foundation of BC, YWCA Metro Vancouver, and West Coast LEAF, Legal Education and Action Fund Society, all of which she served as chair. Ms. Gray is also an active musician, recently playing instruments with the Victoria Symphony and Palm Court Light Orchestra. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner, even if they do not get to the point of a formal ruling, plays a vital role in our democracy. Beyond their duty to investigate complaints, the part of the work that tends to generate headlines, the Commissioner is there to provide guidance and advice to members at any point. Very, very few of us elected here ever intend to engage in a conflict of interest. Some do, and that is regrettable, but most don't. And I want to be clear on that point. We come here with good intentions to serve our communities. Many of us come here with pre-existing business relationships. Many of us have spouses or partners who are involved in their own line of work. None of this is illegal or even necessarily a problem. But it is critical that a clear line is drawn between the public interest, which we are here to uphold, and the private interest of a member. Where that line is in doubt, unclear, or in any way not obvious, the Commissioner is there to guide and interpret the Act to ensure compliance. Some recent stats from the most recent annual report that are helpful to our debate here today. In 2021, the office received 138 requests. In 2022, 113. And in 2023, they received 105. If the Commissioner concludes, for example, that one of us will not be in a conflict of interest in a certain situation, that opinion will be binding. As a result, that MLA can avoid conflicts of interest and act with confidence on the basis of the Commissioner's advice. This sort of work doesn't make headlines, but it is critical guidance to all of us in this place. Of course, sometimes there are those who come here with nefarious intent. I'm sure none of us here in the chamber right now or in government. And I'm sure that, but that role of the Commissioner in these situations is, of course, critical. As noted, the Commissioner often does not get to the point of a ruling. There are only 5 published rulings from the last decade. To see the work of the Commissioner only through the lens of published rulings is to misunderstand the Commissioner's work. As I noted, if this legislation does not pass, the position of the Commissioner will be vacant on April 7th. That is the 20th sitting day, the final date for the current interim appointment. It will take some months for the Legislative Committee to do its work and engage in a proper search. Just want to talk a little bit about the critical importance of that special committee and the independence. Of course, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner serves all of us in an impartial way. That special committee will be tasked to make sure that a search is done in an appropriate manner and that all of the processes in order to ensure that our next conflict commissioner is the right fit for such an important job. And I'm grateful to the committee for undertaking that work and the work that they'll be doing in the upcoming months. But should the position become vacant, there would simply be no commissioner. This would create a big gap, not only for the integrity of this institution and our democracy, but also for members that are just starting up, becoming members, and understanding what their roles are. That's a big process, and I know for a fact that Victoria Gray sits down with each member early on in their career to help them understand and go through their disclosure forms. And that's a really important process to make sure that every member is starting off with the right information, understanding their obligations, and there's a real good look at any potential conflicts that might arise due to their business dealings or those of their spouse or related family members. So of course, nobody would agree that that position should be vacant. And as we all know, when we go away to campaigns and elections, the public service is here to make sure that the business of government continues. And in this instant, it was a matter of timing where the vacancy was created during the time of the election, and it needs to be remedied by a piece of legislation to make sure that the situation where there isn't an acting conflicts commissioner just doesn't occur. And that way, the public can have the reassurance that there is someone on hand to guide decisions, someone for members to reach out to discuss whether situations may be at hand, and that there's someone for the public to count on to investigate should any unthinkable or willingly or not willingly conflict arise between a member. I was reflecting on, as we are often doing now, the importance of our institutions and the importance of understanding the checks and balances that are in place to make sure that the public can have confidence not only in this institution, but also in democracy. The Conflicts of Interest Commissioner is one such institution, and it's important that we reflect on how without these institutions, and we can see this happening in the South, in the States, where if they're undermined or if we as members in this institution don't uphold these institutions and the rules that they lay before us, how easily things can degrade, how public interest and private interest can be blurred, and how decisions of government can be influenced through those private actions in a wrong way. So I'm really proud of the work that the Conflicts Commissioner does and that whole office does to make sure that that's not the case here in BC. A little bit of history about how the Act came to be. It was a social credit government that first introduced the Members' Conflict of Interest Act in 1990. But it was the BC NDP that first advanced the concept in a previous private member's bill. In response to an egregious run of scandals under the government of that time, that initial 1990 legislation established this office, but it was only introduced under extreme duress. It was the BC NDP government that renovated the Act in 1992, expanding and enhancing the Commissioner's powers. In fact, my colleague, the Government House Leader, the member for Port Coquitlam, spoke to that legislation in the House in 1992, one of his first speeches in the place. I won't put on my my accent for the Government House Leader, but I will read a little bit from his speech because I think it's worth remembering and reflecting. Whether we like it or not, the public holds us in high standards in terms of conduct both inside and outside the House. How we do our dealings here, and in particular our private financial dealings, I think they have to have confidence in us. I think there are two ways in which they see that confidence. One is the personal integrity of each member, and the other is the integrity of the Act that we're governed by. This Act is by far the most comprehensive, toughest Act in the country. I think it's very important that we send the right signals to the public. This Act addresses that. It sets a standard which we have to abide by, and that's what the public wants. It's about restoring confidence and faith. If we accomplish this session, I think we have gone a long way towards restoring honor to this profession. I think it is an honorable profession. I'm very proud to be here in this House, and that's why I have no problem with supporting this Act. I think it's probably one of the most important and fundamentally right things that we do in this session and this term. I just concur with these statements that not only every member, when they get the trust of their community to sit here in these chairs, that we uphold these positions with the integrity and the respect of the public that deserves. And that means that we ensure that we are not financially benefiting personally from any decisions that are held here, that the public can have confidence that everybody that sits in this chamber is not only acting in accordance with the rules, but that there's oversight to make sure that no rules are breached and that we have the confidence of the public to do that. Each and every one of the members in this House, I know, will take their obligations under the conflict of interest laws and the Commission seriously. They'll submit their disclosures. They'll make sure that they recuse themselves from decisions where a conflict might be implicated. And that's how the public maintains respect in a democracy, and that's how we keep the institutions going. I just want to end by talking a little bit more about what will happen after this. So a special committee is struck, just like we do with a lot of the independent officers in the House. And once that special committee is struck, they will be tasked to doing a search to ensure that the candidates are screened properly and that they're interviewed properly and that they are selected before they can act in the role of something like a conflicts commissioner. That is work that will happen shortly, and I trust the staff here at the Legislature to make sure that happens in a expedited way. And I would just ask that each member not only supports this bill, but also supports what underlies this bill, which is our respect for our democracy, our integrity in our roles, and making sure that the public can maintain the confidence in the work that we're doing here and preventing things like what's happening in other countries where those lines are getting blurred every day. And it calls upon us to act even with more strength and more integrity and more solidarity when it comes to these rules, both written and unwritten, that keep our democracy strong. And with that, Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Thank you, Attorney General, for beginning debate here this afternoon. The chair will recognize the member from Richmond, Queensborough.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this House today. I come before you with a mandate to speak, not only on behalf of my colleagues on this side of the House, but for all those who share our commitment to accountability and good governance. For my colleagues on this side of the House and across the aisle, I'm back. If you missed me on last Thursday, I was getting mouth surgery. I'm sure everyone here is happy to see me back. Although my mouth is still in pain, I'm here to talk to you about this bill, Mr. Speaker. I want to note that the pain from my surgery was planned. The last-minute extension in this bill is unplanned and is symbolic of the ill-prepared and inept attitude constantly displayed by this reactive government. I'm glad to be back in the House to respond to this piece of legislation that the current Attorney General is proposing. Even though my mouth is still in pain, the duty to serve the people of British Columbia compels me to speak on this pressing issue. I stand here ready to scrutinize the legislative proposal laid before us, a proposal that, in my view, is symbolic of the broader pattern of neglect and mismanagement. I see that the government is asking to have a continuation for the acting conflict of interest commissioner. I'm here to announce, on behalf of the Conservative caucus, that we will be supporting the bill. But the bottom line is, we wouldn't need this extension if they did their job the first time. The position should have already been properly staffed. Let us not lose sight of the critical matter at hand. The government now seeks to extend the term of the acting conflict of interest commissioner, a move that may seem like a simple administrative adjustment, but actually reveals a deeper, worrisome pattern. Why are they asking for extension now? This is typical NDP incompetence. The government should have been focused on proper staffing in the first place. This is just another prime example of this government's incompetence. We wouldn't need this if it was done properly the first time. The foundation of BC's public service relies on good planning and execution, not hasty fixes and not ad hoc extensions. We are now being forced to rectify what should have been managed correctly from the outset. It is clear to everyone that there is an ongoing theme of NDP complacency. The current provincial government is surrounded by a toxic air of failure, and I think we all know the expiration is near. It is not an overstatement to say that this is symbolic of a recurring trend, a trend marked by complacency, mismanagement, and a worrying lack of foresight. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me bring to your attention the real-world consequences of such administrative failures. Across BC, residents have already suffered the impact of inaction. Mr. Speaker, in my neighboring riding, Delta Hospital Emergency Services recently shut down for multiple days. This government has failed to deal with tariffs and refuses to properly advocate for the people of British Columbia. There has been zero positive action on the drugs crisis killing our people. Instead, they make the situation worse with decriminalization and safe supply. These are not isolated incidents. They form an ongoing theme of reactive, short-term solutions that fail to address the broader issues plaguing our province. This is an ongoing theme of reactivity from the expired NDP. They are short-sighted and are constantly caught off guard. Today, we face more than a mere procedural extension. We confront a legacy of mismanagement that has eroded the trust and betrayed proud British Columbians. Our province deserves decisive, forward-thinking leadership that prioritizes strength and our shared values, not temporary fixes and weak responses. I call on my colleagues to reject the error of complacency and incompetence. The time for half measures is over. It is time to put BC first. We must unite to send a message to those who undermine our future. I call upon my colleagues to join me in sending a clear message. The era of big government, complacency, and incompetence will soon be over. British Columbia deserves more, and together, Conservatives will ensure that better days are on the horizon for our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The chair recognizes the member from Burnaby South, Metrotown.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm here to speak on a critical piece of legislation, the Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act. This role is vital for keeping our democratic process transparent and ethical, and I look forward to explaining why this matters to all of us. The context of Bill 2 here, it's very small, but it's very important piece of legislation. It ensures that the current acting conflict of interest commissioner remains in office until a new commissioner is appointed by the Legislative Assembly. And this will ensure that we avoid any vacancy in the commissioner's position. So what is the conflict of interest commissioner? With a lot of members here who are new, I think it's important that we go over this. It's an independent officer of the Legislative Assembly, and it provides advice to MLAs concerning obligations under our members' Conflict of Interest Act. And one of the most important thing, of course, is that their mandate is to promote public confidence in elected officials as we conduct public businesses. The public confidence is important in any public servant, as we know, but it's even more crucially important for all of us here who are in a privileged position as lawmakers to impact millions of lives potentially. In other words, with greater power must come with greater responsibilities to avoid conflict of interest. Now, Commissioner is an independent office, as we discussed. And it's this independent office that they hold that must be there in place to ensure that we as MLAs remain free of bias and any hidden agendas. And by providing confidential advice, which is very critical, so that we can go and get the advice we need beforehand and make sure and have the confidence that it's confidential. It will help us to ensure that we maintain public trust in the work that we do, Mr. Speaker. So a member can consult with commissioners and any time, as we know, to ensure that there is not just free of actual conflict, but perceived conflict as well. And this is where it can get sometimes confusing. That really is important that we have access and we have commissioners who are in place for us to seek advice for every little situation that might come up in our day of us doing our work as well. We know that under the Act, sometimes the way it's worded can raise questions and can become confusing. I myself looked at the Act and was looking at, as what we have as members have heard, a limit to $250 limit when we're doing our work and there is a potential gift that's received. And that's under Section 7 of the Members' Conflict of Interest Act. And it's under Section 7, subsection 3, accepting extra gift. Most of us, new MLAs, know that there is a $250 limit, but not what something most of us may not know is that that $250 also is limited by total value received directly or indirectly from one source in any 12-month period as well. And this is where it can get confusing as well, Mr. Speaker, and this is where we have to ensure that we have commissioner, that we can go and seek advice. That 12-month period, we don't know when it ends and when it begins. We may need clarification in that aspect as well. And as we know, sometimes we don't know certain items and their value. This is where we can get clarification as well. We know that many items can be deemed to be certain value from one source versus other source as well. So even seeking clarification on which source we need to rely on for the value that is calculated is critically important as well. I also remember when I was working as a police officer, this one time that I was working with my partner, it was near Christmas time, and I was working on the road with my partner. We were sitting in the patrol car, and we were just writing up a report. We know that as police officers, public-facing public servant, similar to the work that we MLAs do here, we know that we're not allowed to accept any gift. Now, at that time, there was an old lady that came out from her house where we were parked in the street, and she knocked on our window, and first instinct was that, of course, she wanted to complain about something. Maybe, perhaps she wasn't happy that we were sitting there for too long. A lot of thoughts went through our head. When we rolled the window down, what she told us was that it's Christmas. So she wanted us to wish us Merry Christmas and give us a box of chocolate. Now, typically, when a member of the public offers us any gift, we would refuse it. But she was so sweet, and we could not, for good of our heart, refuse that gift. Absolutely. So we ended up receiving it, but then after we have received it, there was a long discussion between me and my partner in the car what we should do with that lovely box of chocolate. And we went on into discussion about the fact that, did she give it to us because we are a police officer? Did she give it to us because of the office we hold? Would she have given us this box of chocolate if we were just random strangers walking down the street? And after a lot of discussions, we couldn't throw the box of chocolate away, but we ended up declaring it and then giving it to our police department for them to deal with. I thought back at that time when I was looking at this member's conflict of interest, and when I got the application initially once I was elected to submit to the commissioner. I wished that there was some sort of avenue like we have as MLAs where we can consult in those sort of situations. There's so many situations that we come across as we're working as MLA that might raise an actual or perceived conflict. And this is why, for me personally, I was really wanting to speak to the bill and, of course, support the bill that is being presented here. So we know that in addition to providing confidential advice, our commissioner oversees the disclosure process. As we know, as a lot of us here who are new MLAs, it was a new experience having been contacted by the commissioner office and requiring to submit application process. We know that for me personally, those applications sometimes required some clarification, and even reaching out to them, seeking clarification and guidance, I thought was very valuable. And once I submitted the application, there was a feedback that was given for me to give clarification back, and it's really critically important for that reason that we have a commissioner in place. It's also important, as our Attorney General have clarified, that we need to be able to have mechanism where we can respond to allegations that a member has potentially contravened an act. This is to ensure that public has confidence that we are being held to accountable and will act impartially and will always put the interest of the public at the forefront. And if there is an inquiry that's needed, of course, the commissioner will oversee that to ensure that there is a safeguard for the ethical standards that's required for us. Now, normally a new commissioner would be appointed. But however, last year was an unusual year, as we know, Mr. Speaker. It was 2024 provincial general election that was held, so there was no fall legislation session. So this requires now Legislative Committee to select a new commissioner, but could not be appointed until recently, causing delays. Now, we know that the current acting commissioner, Honorable Victoria Gray, remains at a critical position to fill the gap until formal appointment of a new commissioner will take place. My colleague, Attorney General, have spoken about the background of the commissioner, but I personally know her to be a very well-known, respected lawyer and a judge with significant experience. She, of course, has a background in Bachelor of Music and Bachelor of Laws from University of Toronto. And she was appointed to BC Supreme Court in 2001 and served as a justice for 16 years until retirement in August 2017, making us confident that she has the right experience and knowledge to continue to act as our acting commissioner. Of course, she practiced law for 19 years as a commercial litigator in Vancouver before that, and of course she was an adjunct professor from 1993 to 1998 at Peter A. Aller School of Law and teaching civil litigation. Again, I have also obtained my Master of Law from UBC as well, and I have heard how she was an amazing professor in school as well. She is also a musician, and in my opinion, that is what keeps her grounded and makes her very in touch with different aspects of our lives and society as well, not just focus solely in law. She serves on board Law Foundation of BC, YWCA Metro Vancouver as a chair, West Coast Leaf Society as a chair, and she played oboe for Victoria Symphony and Palm Court Right Orchestra as well. And of course, in recognition of her notable significant contribution to legal system in BC, she was appointed King's Counsel in 1997. Our commissioner has been acting and working as a commissioner for the last 5 years. And that combination of experience, we're confident that she is the right person to continue to be the acting commissioner until a new person can be appointed. The purpose of the bill, too, is to ensure, as we discussed, to ensure we have acting commissioner Victoria Gray continuing the office until a new commissioner can be appointed. Without this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we know there will be a vacancy as of April 7th. And it's a straightforward but a crucial measure. It extends the current acting conflict of interest term until a permanent replacement can be appointed. And without it, we'll face a vacancy that will leave all of us here in MLAs without clear ethical guidance and the public without assurance that their elected officials are held accountable. A special legislative committee will need approximately 6 to 8 months to conduct a thorough research and find a new commissioner. And we know that as crucial as this role is, that's not a process we want to rush, Honorable Speaker. Normally, the Act allows for acting appointment to continue for 20 seating days, and that's where April 7th will come to an end. This new legislation will extend that acting appointment beyond the 20-day limit, and the Act will automatically be repealed in 2026, by which time a new commissioner will be in place. I also like to add that this isn't the first time that something like this has happened. There is a precedent where similar standalone legislation has been used in previous cases for acting police complaint commissioner, acting information and privacy commissioner to keep key oversight roles filled as well. So in summary, this is small, but it's a vital piece of legislation, Honorable Speaker. And we have to ensure that we have this bill in place so that we do not have any vacancies or gaps in our conflict of commissioner office, and that we are confident that our Commissioner Victoria Gray has the right expertise and knowledge to continue to act as the commissioner, and we have to ensure that the public confidence is maintained throughout the process. So I want to thank everyone for your attention, and I want to say that it is vitally important that the role of conflict of interest commissioner is about more than just rules. It's about maintaining the rules and the public's trust in the people that they have elected, which is all of us here. And by supporting this legislation, we are affirming that our commitment to transparency, accountability, and the ethical standard the people of British Columbia deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member. The chair will recognize the member from Ladysmith Oceanside.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's my first time. And I'm actually kind of standing up to tell a personal story. I was inspired by all of the talk about the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, and I thought maybe I would share how helpful the office has been to myself as a new MLA. So I promise not to take the full 30 minutes because I'm just winging this, but I thought my stories were actually important to share with the members to understand the importance of the continuity that we may have if this bill is supported by all members. So I stand to speak in support of the standalone bill entitled Extending the Term of Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Even before I became an MLA, I started leaning on the Office of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to answer questions about my family and our business and what it would mean if I became an MLA, and would I be able to serve as an MLA without impacting something, my family's business. And I started emailing the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, and they spent a lot of time walking through with me what I would need to know and do as an MLA when I have my family owns a sawmill. It's a pretty important. Forestry is a really topical and important sector right now, and I know and I knew then that we were going to be talking about it a lot, and I wanted to make sure that I could be compliant and that I could serve my constituency well, knowing that we are held to a higher standard. I also have a family member, a close direct family member, who is a registered federal lobbyist, and I didn't want anything that I was doing to negatively impact that close family member. And so I had a lot of questions before I even decided to become an MLA about what my family connections, my family business would mean if I became an MLA. And the Office of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and the Commissioner herself, Victoria Gray, were really helpful at helping me navigate this so that I could, if I was successful in the election, which I was, because here I am, that I could make sure that I could navigate these things properly and not have an unintentional misstep. Because as was already said here today, we all come here with very, very good intentions, and I wanted to make sure that I could represent my constituents properly. And as I said, I am a person who thrives on compliance, and this is an office where, you really gotta be compliant. And so as an MLA now, I have leaned on the Conflict of Interest Commissioner repeatedly since I was successful in the election, and the advice has been invaluable. For the general public, what that means to British Columbians is that there's a lot of questions we have to answer because we're held to a higher standard. And I think what I've learned through this process is that it should give British Columbians a lot of trust in the way that this office operates to ensure that all of us in this chamber are held to that higher standards and aren't accidentally having a misstep or nefariously maybe even. So I've really appreciated the support that I've gotten from the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. She has been really, really helpful to me. She's helped me navigate questions on things like confidential advice on obligations under the Act. She's supported me in the disclosure process. She has helped to ensure that my disclosure processes, our statements, were completed correctly. As a small business owner that also self-directs their investments, the process was very, very confusing for me and my family, and I leaned on the Office of the Conflict Commissioner and Victoria Gray a lot through the process, and I was very, very thankful for the very robust advice that I was provided. And the Conflict of Interest Commissioner also helped me navigate this maze to fulfill my intentions to be compliant with this critical act. And I believe that I will be sitting on this committee. There's been a lot of committees. I think that my fellow new members know that it's a bit hard to keep up, but I think I'm on the one. The special committee that will be in charge of conducting a thorough process, an in-depth process to find a new commissioner. And as we heard, it's going to take 6 to 8 months for this to be done properly, and it needs to be done properly for this critical role. And through this process, with so many new members, it only makes sense that the current Conflict of Interest Commissioner, Victoria Gray, stay while that thorough search is conducted. Having the office fall empty seems, completely ridiculous to me when we have someone who is so qualified and so willing to continue to serve British Columbians. With so many new people, having anyone but the current and experienced Conflict of Interest Commissioner remain in place seems like it's not the right idea. So she's the right person to stay in place. And I heard some questions from the members opposite about, why now? And that's a very clear answer. It's because the committee needed to conduct the search couldn't be appointed until we were sitting. And we need, in the fall, the most important demonstration of democracy that brings us all here was happening, an election. And so this is one of those things where the timing sometimes bumps up against each other, and that's what happened in this particular situation. And so with record new turnover of members in this House, we're fortunate, I believe, that the current commissioner has agreed to stay on and serve. I'm grateful to Victoria Gray for agreeing to continue to serve British Columbians. And these are the reasons that I stand in support of this bill entitled Extending the Term of the Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll call on the Attorney General to close the debate this afternoon.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill Number 2, Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting after today.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Government House Leader.
I call second reading of Bill 3.
Thank you very much. The Chair will recognize the Minister of Environment and Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, amendments are proposed to the Protected Areas of British Columbia Act. Provincial parks are BC's natural treasures and play a vital role in preserving ecological, recreational, and cultural values. BC has one of the largest protected area systems in North America. There are over 1,000 provincial parks, recreation sites, conservancies, ecological reserves, and protected areas covering more than 14 million hectares, or approximately 14.4% of the provincial land base. I love BC parks. Hiking along the trails and learning more about the flora and fauna within the park system has been a lifelong passion of mine. I also love learning more about the Indigenous communities that are within the park systems or beside them. This bill proposes amendments to rename 2 Class A parks to include Indigenous place names. Acknowledging the Indigenous place names allows British Columbians to connect with the history and cultures of our province and supports ongoing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples throughout BC and the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peoples, UNDRIP. Article 13 of UNDRIP specifically refers to place names. Being an Indigenous woman, I know that the importance of place names plays in Indigenous cultures. I know that it connects us all when we call the place by the proper name. It's important for Indigenous peoples to feel a part of the history and a part of the culture and the framework within our BC systems. Enderby Cliffs Park will be named Tablequeen Enderby Park. Tablequeen means cliff in interior Salish. McQuinnip Marine Park will be named Nismawkin, which means our land that we care for in the Nuu-chah-nulth language. A lot of hikers and people that use the park system have already begun calling these different places by their Indigenous place names. Local community hikers especially and rock climbers have been referring to them in posts that we see on social media and different areas that they've started to use the name. This is important work for British Columbia to do. Second, the bill continues the routine practice of adding to the protected area system, modifying protected area boundaries, improving protected area boundary descriptions, and making administrative changes. These amendments will add land to 3 Class A parks. I will now detail these additions. Wells Gray Park near Clearwater will have 33 hectares of land added. This land was purchased by the ministry in 2022 to protect wetland and forest that is surrounded by the existing park on 3 sides. Cinemosan Narrows Park on Shuswap Lake will have 3 hectares of land and 3 hectares of adjacent lakeshore added. The 3 hectares of Crown land has no encumbrances and is surrounded by the park on 3 sides. 3 hectares of Lake Foreshore on Shuswap Lake in the front of the property is also being added. This popular water access park will have more contiguous protection and management of the land and beach areas as a result of these amendments. Naikung Park on Haida Gwaii is in my riding, and I have the pleasure of enjoying so much time spent there. I know firsthand how important it is for many visitors to Haida Gwaii to have access to campsites, facilities, and the beautiful nature within the parks. My family's gone there to take photos of my nieces in their graduation dresses, or visiting hereditary chiefs have taken photos with their regalia on within Naikung Park. It is a special place. Naikung Park on Haida Gwaii will have 104 hectares of land added. This land was purchased by the ministry. There are 2 parcels. 65 hectares purchased in 2023 and 39 hectares purchased in 2024. These properties are both in holdings surrounded by the existing park, and protecting them provides more contiguous protection and management of park values. At Naikung Park, the amendments also remove 1 hectare of land to allow for the expansion of the neighboring Tallel Cemetery. The cemetery is an in-holding surrounded by the existing park. There are only a few burial plots remaining in the cemetery, and this amendment provides the space that will be needed in the cemetery for multiple generations. It's really important for our community members to know that they are able to be buried in the community that they lived in, that they grew up in, and that they contributed to. Kilby Park in the Fraser Valley will be formally transferred to the province's Heritage Branch in the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sport, which has managed the park and adjacent Kilby historic site since 2003. Transferring the property will allow the Heritage Branch to efficiently operate the park as an integrated part of the Kilby Heritage Site and continue to maintain it for people to enjoy. The amendments also make several administrative changes and improvements to legal descriptions. First of all, Kiskenai Park near Dawson Creek, the amendments correct the mapped location of an existing statutory right-of-way for BC Hydro. This bill also continues our work of moving from meets and bounds and lot and parcel descriptions to mapped boundaries called official plans. Official plans are more accurate, understandable, and practical for field surveying. Due to improvements to data and mapping techniques that are used to spatially represent features on the land base, updated official plans sometimes result in changes to the approximate area figures in the legal descriptions. The actual area on the ground that is included in the protected area has not changed. 8 ecological reserves, Columbia Lake Ecological Reserve, Fraser River Ecological Reserve, Nechako River Ecological Reserve, Parker Lake Ecological Reserve, Race Rocks Ecological Reserve, Skagit River Rhododendrons Ecological Reserve, Tachita Lakes Ecological Reserve, and Vance Creek Ecological Reserves, and 3 parks, Kiskenau Park, Skagit Valley Park, and Mequena Marine Park, will have their existing boundary descriptions replaced with official plans. The ecological reserves that are moving to official plan are also being moved from Schedule B to Schedule A of the Act. Schedule A of the Act is comprised of ecological reserves with mapped boundaries. Schedule B is comprised of ecological reserves which have been continued by adoptive reference to their original orders in council. In addition to moving these reserves to Schedule A, We are rescinding the original orders in council as these are no longer needed. Over 14 million hectares of our province is contained within our provincial protected area system, and these amendments continue our ministry's commitment to improving this system. The ministry is also working closely with Indigenous peoples to find meaningful ways to recognize their culture and connection to these protected lands. The proposed new park names demonstrate this commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for opening debate today on Bill 3. The chair will recognize the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the minister across the way. My comments are going to be brief on Bill 3, because I think a lot of the work can be canvassed at committee stage, some of which I'll highlight. We are in British Columbia truly blessed to have the parks that we do. In my riding, I know I've got Peace Arch Park, which is a BC park, and it's a great place to get away when you need to, which I often try and do. But I think with this piece of legislation here, I think that obviously it's very administrative in nature, but it's also got some components there too that regarding name changes, which the minister highlighted moments ago. And I think for us is that some of the areas that we want to canvass is just issues related to hydro, consultation that's been potentially done on the name changes, and also be an opportunity for my colleagues whose riding some of these changes in parks exist in to canvass this with the minister and staff on what these changes mean to them, mean to their constituents, and ultimately how they came to be, particularly around consultation. Just the other, I know the minister made the comment on I think it's the 1 hectare removal to support the expansion of the community cemetery, which I believe exists in the minister's riding. And also too, the renaming of the 2 parks with Indigenous names. And then obviously moving some of the parks from ecological reserves, which is a Schedule B park, to parks with plans, which is Schedule A. So all stuff that we will look forward to canvassing in committee stage. And with that, I will take my seats and thank you for the opportunity to speak on second reading.
Thank you, member. The chair will now recognize the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this legislation expanding protected areas and bringing the vision of parks, truly in alignment with the priorities and responsibilities of our government. In a way, this is a funny time to be talking about park boundaries. Everybody is feeling under tremendous pressure and significant worry about state of jobs, economy, the threat of tariffs from the South, from the American president, and be assured our government is working very hard and working in partnership to be ready for anything. This is all hands on deck. It's certainly a significant concern, and all of government is focused on this risk and protecting British Columbians, keeping us as strong as possible. And at the same time, the work goes on. And so I really am grateful to the Environment Minister, the Minister for Environment and Parks, for bringing this bill forward and for especially giving the opportunity on a dark day in February to talk about some of the really, truly beautiful places in British Columbia, the imperative to conserve them, to recreate in them, the opportunity for families across British Columbia to be truly immersed in beautiful BC, and significantly the partnerships that allow this protection to happen. I'm thinking, because I come from a long time of working in the ocean kayak industry, the really generous hospitality extended to us by Ahousaht people in particular in Clayoquot Sound, the beautiful rugged west coast and the just unique and breathtaking opportunity as an ocean kayaker, right in the surf, right in the water, to be on the edge of our continent, the true West Coast. The crashing of waves against the coastline and the rise and fall of, an 18-foot kayak is pretty big, but still, it's extremely humbling opportunity. The delicacy of getting on and off surf beaches, but especially that rise and fall of the coast, watching bull kelp rise and fall. This is an area where sea otters were reintroduced after the atomic weapons testing in the Alaska in the 70s. This is one of the strongest areas where sea otters came back. And so to have Maquina Marine Park, which kayakers and recreators will know as hot springs, geothermal hot springs, a really famous place to visit for boaters, people all over the coast. It turns out that Maquina Marine Park is not the right way to refer to this area. House it, let our government and let the minister know that it's not appropriate for a park to be named after the name of a chief, a former chief. And so House It, thank you to House It people, have provided the name Nissmukkin, and this legislation returns the name of a House It people to this land and to this park. Nissmukkin means our land that we care for in the Nuchalnath language. I know the impact of a change like this because in the riding which I represent, which I'm honored to have worked with Snuneymuxw First Nation and Chief and Council, Chief Mike Wise and his council for 20 years now. In earlier legislation, they asked the former Environment Minister, George Heyman, to return the name of Sesutchin to what we had been calling Newcastle Island Provincial Park. Newcastle because of the very deep mining history in Nanaimo, but for Snuneymuxw people, it was Sesutchin. And so now it is again, because of a similar bill last year or 2 years ago. And if anybody has an opportunity to visit Sesutchin Island, there is fantastic storytelling. My friend, Dave Baudelaire is his English name. Lahaina is his Hulkaminam name. Fantastic storytelling, cultural interpretation, something that I know visitors to our region have been hungry for a long time. So we're very grateful to Snuneymuxw for stepping up on what is an economic development function for them. The water taxi is now run by Snuneymuxw's economic development arm, Petroglyph. If you get to Sesutchin Island, you can see what we call, these are not spirit raccoons, like a spirit bear up on the Great Bear Rainforest. We have champagne raccoons, kind of pinkish fur. It's worth the trip. But it's also just a beautiful kayaking area and a beautiful park with an old style grandstand, like a sprung floor from the dances back in the 20s. All of this still remains. But again, we're not calling it Newcastle anymore. Sesutchin is the word. So to House It people, I know that a change like this is important, and returning names is something that we are trying to do every time we open up the legislation. The more significant or another significant part of this legislation, and for me, because my background is environmental and resource studies, and my grandmother Beto and my mother Anne really raised me with a very strong commitment to conservation and ecology. I'm so happy to be able to talk about additions to parks in this legislation as well. In every case, I believe these are parcels of land adjacent to or within existing park boundaries. And we especially are aware, in my region where I represent, east coast of Vancouver Island, there is not a lot of crown land, so creation of parks is not always simple. And so when opportunities come up that private sellers want to sell to the provincial government, then the ministry, the BC Parks function, purchases land. But I also want to raise my hands to the BC Parks Foundation, which is doing fundraising and strategic purchases often. And they can purchase land that is available and then have a trusting relationship with BC Parks. And so in time, when we have the budget in place, we're able to make these parks whole. That is what has happened in a number of these parks today. So these are all parks that can be managed within the existing budget of BC Parks, because again, these aren't significant expansions. We found that there were no tenure conflicts or compensation implications from these additions. The first one that really stood out for me is Wells Gray Park. It's a place that I've had the real good fortune to be able to go backcountry skiing, the kind of place where you'll ski into the lodge on day one and then skin up beautiful forested hills and have this opportunity to powder ski, telemarking. It's just absolutely gorgeous and really hard. I'm not saying I'm really good at it, but it sure is a beautiful way for someone that lives at sea level to really challenge your lungs and aerobic capacity, to do it in the company of friends, carrying your lunch on your knapsack, of course being very careful to be avalanche aware, and we're always practicing with avalanche beacons and having a plan to test the stability of the slope so that nobody ever gets in any trouble. Wells Gray is a real gem, summer and winter, and in this case, 33 hectares of land that the province purchased, including wetland and forest. These parcels were surrounded on three sides by the existing park, so again, it's a very natural way to expand the park in a way that is sustainable in these times when our budget necessarily needs to focus on things that are direct affordability measures for people. But more than anything, and just in case my nephews Ross and Ben are watching, yes, now I'm getting to the part that is about you, because 2 summers ago we got to visit up in Haida Gwaii the beautiful Naikun Park. And today, with this legislation, we're adding 2 parcels, 104 hectares. Each hectare is 2.5 acres, so that's quite a significant piece of land. It was purchased by the ministry for addition to the park. And again, same as with the Wells Gray example, these were parcels of land that were surrounded by the existing, were kind of like a little hole in the donut of the park. And so probably to most people, they won't notice any difference, but certainly for the animals and plants that are reliant on this, they know that they will be permanently protected. And so the first part of Naikun Park that I just really want to paint a picture for members of the household is where I got to visit 2 summers ago with my nephews Ross and Ben McVeigh, is the Toe Hill Blowhole. The boardwalk there is completely accessible. It was endorsed by the Rick Hansen Foundation and by CNIB. Now the minister might tell me afterwards how I should have pronounced this. Ta Tildoe is, I think, what the northern Haida, the old Masset village, how they describe it. But this is how my nephews described it. Quote, "The beach and surfers were super cool," end quote. That's pretty good, right? We also visited Agate Beach, where they said, quote, "The gem hunter was a pleasure," end quote. You'll meet folks that are out like looking for agates, as and the late, great John Horgan would want to hear about this. People that are out looking for agates on the beach, rolling their rocks as they go, and they passed on some of their wisdom to my nephews. It was pretty neat to show how they're able to find these gems. And then the end of our holiday, this is once Ross and Ben and their mom and dad, Claire, my sister, and Ian had headed back for the rest of their holiday. My love Howard and I spent a bunch of time in Misty Meadows campground, and to see black bears right in the campground, and to have sandhill cranes fly over us was something I will never forget. Sandhill cranes, as you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, came back from extinction, or at least extirpation on our continent. And to see them with their crazy sound flying over top of us was really beautiful. Now, another interesting piece about this is this part, the Sandhill Crane part of Naikun Park, which is huge. It goes from the very top of Graham Island to the east side of Haida Gwaii, right down to Tallel, it's a significant stretch of land, is very close to the community of Tallel, and this is another mechanism that's built into this legislation. We are proposing in legislation to delete 1 hectare of land for the purpose of considering expansion of the Tallel Cemetery. There are only 2 burial plots remaining in the Tallel Cemetery. There's no other readily available land. And so our government was very grateful to work with the local community and together with the Council of the Haida Nation to do this work, to be able to find a win-win here. We're adding significant land holdings in this legislation, but also to be taking out a slice of park for a community benefit is extremely important. Tallel also is the place that we, as a family, got to go to the Edge of the World Festival, music festival. That's what it's called, Edge of the World. And what a blast. If you ever get a chance to go, please do. The atmosphere, because it's so contained, so community focused, was really joyous. The lineup of local performers was really top notch. My nephews were invited up on the stage. They got to dance with the band. But again, this conservation commitment, and I think because so many of the festival goers were staying in the park itself, you see tables all the way around that are helping educate people about the conservation values of the land that they are in. To have my nephews, who'd spent a lot of time in Guayhanas building inside old dead urchin shells, hotels or hospitals or jails, depending on the day, for hermit crabs. They were quite concerned about some of the warnings about the invasive green crab. And so here in the middle of the music festival, here's a table where people young and old are being taught by biologists about how to identify a green crab. My nephews were able to say, they were crabs and they were green, so we're pretty worried. And then to have the biologist be able to say, well, let's look at the edge of their shell, let's look at the marking, show me your photos. And they're like, oh, well, these are non-invasive crabs that you saw down on Faraday Island in Guayhanas, the national park. We're now entering your data into our database. You are now citizen scientists, and we are now marking one more place that there are not these invasive crabs. All of this happening again within the community of Tallel. So we know that the conservation ethic is built in everywhere. It does feel to me, even though ordinarily I would hate to lose any protected area, to have just this 1 hectare go in recognition of community as part of environment, and that's very much the BC Parks ethic. And again, part of our commitment to reconciliation and working together with others. The title decision with Haida, for us to be in this chamber and hear the power of the Haida drummers, the president of the Haida Nation speak to remind our government about our responsibility to work together. That's the kind of action that just gets built into just a line in a piece of legislation here to make things right. And to protect the environment at the same time. It's the kind of win-win that our government is committed to carrying on. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I indicate, of course, my wholehearted support for the legislation. Know that we will continue to make these kind of amendments and updates as we work together and protect more land and continue to fulfill our reconciliation commitments and continue to protect and make British Columbia beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Just a couple of quick housekeeping moments. I've heard a couple of electronic devices this afternoon. I'd ask you to silence those, and I heard the bold crunch of a cracker earlier, if you could imagine. There should be no food in the chamber. Today we're going to recognize the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour standing to speak in support of Bill 3, Protected Areas of British Columbia Amendment Act 2025. And I want to start by saying I'm so proud of my colleague, Minister Davidson, for the work her and her team have done on this significant bill, which contains proposed amendments to the Protected Areas of British Columbia Act. This act will expand 3 existing provincial parks, as well as rename 2 parks to recognize Indigenous connections to land. Minister Davidson and her team are already delivering results for people, and I want to respond not only in my role as Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, as I believe these changes will have positive long-term impacts for furthering reconciliation across the province, but I also want to respond as a resident of BC who loves and believes in the value of our parks and wild spaces, almost as much as I know I will grow to love standing here and speaking about legislation about parks and wild spaces. I am a parent of 2, what's the appropriate word, lively children, and we live right in the heart of Vancouver, and so when we get to go on summer holidays to BC parks, which we do every single summer, and I get to see my kids go feral, really run wild in the trees and along the beaches, and make all the noise that they do in our home, but with more space and less echo. When I see them run with abandon and get dirty, dig into the soil, and come back to the tent covered in sand, much as it pains me as the person who will sweep the tent out after. It means so much for my city kids to be out in these beautiful spaces, and so it means so much to me that we continue to protect and expand those spaces. We know our population is growing across BC, and to have these beautiful spaces protected for all of us to enjoy, and also for their own sake, not just for human use, but for ecosystem health and wildlife use as well. So I'm excited for all of those reasons about this important work. Bill 3 proposes, as I said, amendments to rename 2 Class A parks to include Indigenous place names. Article 13 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, UNDRIP, specifically refers to place names. This work is intrinsic to BC's effort as a whole to advance reconciliation, including the recommendations by the Declaration Act Action Plan, passed unanimously in this House. As Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, I'm pleased to see this bill reflect those changes that were made in partnership with First Nations. You know, I talk a lot about DRIPA. I meet with chiefs and councils and nations to talk about particularly how that large scale systemic work lands on the ground for communities and how we make sure we're implementing it in meaningful ways and updating, changing place names is a key piece of that because it allows people to see themselves and their culture in the place that they have stewarded since time immemorial. Indigenous place names often reflect the geography, the history, and the cultural significance of a place, whether they were given prior to colonization or in partnership with governments today. So the first park that is proposed to be renamed is Enderby Cliffs Park near Salmon Arm, which will be renamed to Blaqueen / Enderby Cliffs Park. I know sometimes we hear in name changes concern about people who have known a place by one name continuing to find it. But the new name, Blaqueen, means cliff in interior Salish. This name change comes at the request of the Splatsin First Nation to better reflect their name for the area. Enderby is near and dear to me because one of my near and dear friends grew up there and speaks, as I know so many residents from communities around the province do, speaks with so much warmth about his home community and his enthusiasm for going back whenever possible, and the way that the community supported him growing up, the way that the community supported his mom when she was ill. So when I was reading through an initial draft of the legislation, I reached out to this friend to hear about his stories of Enderby Cliffs Park, and I can't share all of them in these chambers, but I will share that he had many fond and a couple rowdy memories of growing up and spending time with friends in this park. And that too, you know, I think about, and I talked about my young kids and the wild abandon with which they enjoy BC parks. But for so many teenagers as well, our parks are an important living room space for them to gather with friends, maybe get out of their parents' home for a moment and have that breathing room to be in nature, to connect with the earth and to connect with one another, even if it is in ways that I, you know, consuming beverages or whatever else that I won't mention in this chamber, important public spaces for all of us. And so I just wanted to name, I know each of these places is important to the communities that they're in, and Enderby brought up stories and good reconnections for me as well on that front. The second park is Maquina Marine Park near Tofino, which is to be renamed Nismakin Park. Nismakin means our land that we care for in Nechalneth. And that renaming I thought was so powerful. What a perfect name for a community to give a park that has been part of their home for countless generations. Our land that we care for. The Howsett First Nation provided the name, and clearly with thought and significance to what this piece of land means to the community and the nation. I want to talk a bit about the significance of place names because, as mentioned, these changes are a partnership with Indigenous communities and local governments, reminding us that our work can't be successful without these vital collaborations. The renaming of places to their Indigenous names is a reflection of our government's commitment to advancing reconciliation with First Nations. It's a step toward preserving and promoting the true historical context of these places and ensuring that their significance is not lost. By embracing these names, we honor the stories and traditions and knowledge that's been passed down through generations. And I'm always heartened to see the support from local governments and the public when these name change discussions begin and that engagement and involvement to get to the point that we're at now, as is the case with both of these examples. Strong community involvement, community support, and local government support for these changes. Members may know that I previously served for 6 years as a city councillor at Vancouver City Hall and worked closely with local government colleagues around the province on a whole range of important issues that are important to British Columbia. I remember being at City Hall in Vancouver when the Vancouver Park Board passed a motion to recognize Indigenous place names in Vancouver's parks and beaches, which has helped to open up all kinds of new pathways for communication and consultation in Vancouver's parks. Similarly, I brought a motion forward to Vancouver City Hall to recognize the Year of Indigenous Languages a few years ago, which aligned with the Park Board's work being done around renaming and aligned with city work as well on that front. When I take my family to a place and we see its Indigenous name, I'm grateful. And often we will search the name, we'll practice how you pronounce the new name. There are a number of places in my home community in Vancouver where additional names have been added or names have been changed. And of course, it's some work to learn new pronunciations, to get accustomed to a new name for a place, and it's an important learning opportunity. And I have always really appreciated, as I've worked with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, the repeated teachings that I have had and practice I've had in pronunciation, the willingness from community to hear you say it wrong a few times before getting it right, that space for learning alongside one another. And then, as is often the case, audio clues. Whether it's, I have seen place name signs with a kind of audio button so that a person visiting the site can press the button and hear right there how to pronounce the new name. I also know in places like Shashalt on the Sunshine Coast, they have quite an extensive library of audio clips on their website so that you can look up the name of a place and hear a language speaker from the nation say it again and again so it sticks in your head. And in part, I know that well because I was using that resource just this past week. We were, Minister Neil and I were up in Shashalt for a celebration at the Longhouse there, and I had speaking notes. And my speaking notes contained a number of words that I had to learn to pronounce along the way, and what a helpful resource it was to be able to go on the website and hear the proper pronunciation of them. So I am grateful for those opportunities in place names across the province where we are learning our history together, where we're recognizing culture and the connection between culture and language and land. And I'm grateful to be part of a collective learning journey with my kids, with my family, asking those questions together. That wasn't the case when I was a kid, and I am grateful to see and feel that progress underway. Bill 3, in addition to the renaming of 2 parks, proposes expanding BC parks and protected areas by adding 143 hectares to 3 provincial parks, Naikoon, Wells Grey, and this, I'm going to make sure I pronounce this one right, Sikiamus Narrows, near Sicamous, which will see 3 acres added to land and 3 hectares of lake shore added. Wells Grey Park near Clearwater will see 33 hectares to protect wetland and forests. And Naikoon Park on Haida Gwaii will add 104 hectares of private land to further protect ecosystems and wildlife habitat. So I have been to some, but not all, of these parks in our beautiful province. The ones I haven't yet had a chance to be at, I looked up Google reviews for. I thought if I can't...
Excuse me, Minister. No electronic devices while you speak.
Oh, yes,
Apologies.
sorry. I am new at this. I looked up Google reviews for some of the parks that I wasn't able to go to myself. I thought, who better to tell us in these chambers what great places these are than residents across BC who have visited themselves and then gone online and shared what they thought. There was a rich plethora of advice online about each of these parks. Some of my favorite pieces included very detailed descriptions of where to park or what area was the steepest. But the best review that I read came from Wells Grey Park and said, "This park is a beautiful place to visit if you like to be eaten alive by mosquitoes." Which I don't want to be taken as criticism of Wells Grey Park, because while I was looking for funny reviews to be able to share here, actually 99% of them were just glowing recommendations about the waterfalls and the views and the freshness of the air and the friendly people that you'll run into. I admit I was looking for much more humor than I got. It turns out that British Columbia residents and tourists to our beautiful parks who take the time to go online had almost unanimously marvelous things to say about each of these parks. And anyone who is in the habit of looking for online reviews of places, as I do all the time for restaurants and whatnot, knows that it is actually very much not the habit of the internet to be so glowing in their recommendations of a place. I think that says something very strong about our BC parks, that people are putting the effort in to go online and give such glowing recommendations for them. The sentiment from all of these reviews was first and foremost that these are stunning parks that every British Columbian should visit in their lifetime. And of course, that at certain times of the year, these parks also happen to be the choice destinations for mosquitoes hosting their own family reunions. But countless reviews in there urging people to remember to bring bug repellent or to be prepared to donate blood. I want to go back to speaking about the amendments specifically related to Nikoon Park. So the amendment includes a transfer of 1 hectare from Nikoon Park to Walrus Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. This land is under consideration for the expansion of the Tallel Cemetery on Haida Gwaii, as there are only 2 burial plots left in the cemetery. The province of BC and Haida Nation have worked together on these changes, and we're grateful that Haida Nation is supportive of the boundary changes to this park and of this work. And in particular, I want to name, as many members in the House will know, my gratitude for the strong relationship that the province has with the Haida Nation. Over 20 years, Haida Nation and the province of BC have been working together on new approaches to reconciliation. In 2023, Haida Nation and the province and Canada signed the Changing Tide Framework for Reconciliation, and BC passed the Haida Nation Recognition Act, which recognizes Haida Nation as the holder of Haida title and rights, and the Council of Haida Nation as the governing body of the Haida Nation. In April of 2024, BC and the Haida Nation signed a next phase of the Haida Title Lands Agreement called Rising Tide, which legally recognizes Haida Aboriginal title throughout Haida Gwaii, the first of its kind in Canadian history. And so while there was great celebration at the time, I, as a new minister, want to take a moment to congratulate the Haida Nation and Canada on its big title land agreement that was announced last week. Canada's recognition of Haida Aboriginal title on Haida Gwaii is significant and aligns with the work that the province has done, and I know a number of us were sorry to not be able to be there in person for that celebration between Haida and Canada. It was the day before the throne speech, and we, of course, were also honored to be here, but I was grateful to have met with Gagwis last month in Vancouver, and am strongly supportive of the incredible leadership that they have, and grateful to have such partners like him in this work. I said I haven't been to Wells Gray Park, but I will tell you that I was fortunate to be in Nikoon Park just this past summer with my family. I was on a holiday with my then 9-year-old and my spouse, and we were getting my 9-year-old accustomed to long family hikes, or as we call them in our family, forest walks, so that they're marginally less intimidating. And sometimes we bring candy to bribe him along the way. Please don't judge my parenting. I'm doing my best to get him into the forest there. We had miscalculated the length of the hike that we were hoping to get to a shipwreck in Nikoon Park, and we had miscalculated the length of it, and about a third of the way in, the people coming back the other way were reinforcing for us, much to the dismay of my 9-year-old, that it was in fact quite a distance still ahead, and we were running low on candy, but I will admit I in particular was keen to get to the shipwreck, and so we made a family deal that my partner and son would turn back, and I, keen to go for a jog anyway, would run the rest of the way out, and then FaceTime them from the shipwreck so that they could sort of see it, but without all the misery of dragging a 9-year-old on an 11-kilometer hike. And we did just that. I got to have a beautiful run through the forests and along the river and then the shoreline of Nikoon Park. Also got to have a peaceful hour alone on a family holiday, which is a priceless portion of any family holiday. Yes, Thanks for recognizing that. Got to the end, unfortunately, to no cell phone reception, but I am happy to share with any member in this House the photos that I have of this stunning shipwreck out on the water near the edge of the park, and can tell you the pricelessness of that moment, and then jogged back just quickly enough to catch my family as they were on their way out of the park. So one of many memorable stories of British Columbians visiting these parks and the importance of the work that's being done to protect and expand them. I know many of us in these chambers are still getting to know one another, and I can think of no better way to connect with our own caucus colleagues and across the aisle than getting to hear stories of your experiences in these BC parks. I think it is truly a non-partisan experience to be able to hear about and appreciate the beauty of the parks that we have across this province. So I will conclude by saying I am so proud of the work that this government is doing in partnership with First Nations to look after natural spaces in this province. Grateful to Minister Davidson for the specifics of this bill and look forward to working in partnership to continue this important work.
Thank you very much, Minister. And bill debate will continue on Bill 3, and we'll recognize the Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to begin. I haven't had an opportunity with you in the chair to offer my congratulations to you in taking on this very important role as Deputy Speaker. I've known you for a number of years now. You've always been a stand-up guy who's represented his community. One of the first members that I've spoken to on the other side when I took over as Minister of Forests. Always appreciate our relationship, so congratulations, and really great to see you up there in the robes. I just want to begin by acknowledging my thanks to the Minister of Environment and Parks to be taking a role in such a critical portfolio and to be able to bring in legislation within months of taking on that role. The Minister has had a long-standing career in the federal service and has done such incredible work in her community with the Haida Nation. I remember meeting her for the first time here prior to this House when different legislation was being introduced, and so appreciate the work that she does. And I think as we talk about Bill 3 in this legislation to make amendments to the Park Act, it serves as an opportunity for us to be able to thank the public service for the incredible work that they do in the Ministry of Environment and Parks, but also in other ministries as well. Legislation isn't just confined to one ministry. It touches so many other ministries. And so I know as exciting it is for us to be able to stand up in this place and to be able to talk about this legislation, to share in some of the stories that my colleague has just shared about her experiences with her family in our great provincial parks. What an opportunity for us to be able to celebrate the great work that the public service has done on the ground in communities, bringing this work to this legislature and making it official. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And what a history here in British Columbia that we've had with protecting our natural heritage. Strathcona Park, the first provincial park in British Columbia a long time ago, and where we have come to. And I'm so proud of the work that we've done on this side of the House, continuously year over year, expanding our provincial parks and a whole host of things. And the reason why we do that is parks are not just protected spaces. They are not just places for conservation. They are absolutely essential for biodiversity, for climate resilience, and the public's well-being. And that's what I hope to be able to speak to in the time that I have today, is all of those different pieces that I think really speak to this legislation, Bill 3, and the importance of bringing this legislation forward and planning for the future of British Columbia, stewarding our lands, looking after our landscape, and we have been doing that for a long time here in this province. And there's also a lot of recognition that I'll speak to in a little bit on the role of First Nations, the role of Indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of this land since time immemorial. And I'm looking forward to being able to share some of my own stories with the nations that I've worked closely with and the connection that I've been able to build through the work with and the connections with provincial parks as well. Again, Mr. Speaker, expanding and properly managing our park system and the work that my colleague, the Minister, has done by bringing forward this legislation, Bill 3, ensures that future generations, future British Columbians can experience BC's natural beauty. And I might add, it's not just British Columbians that enjoy our provincial parks. Everyone enjoys our provincial parks. I had an opportunity prior to the election to represent, I would argue, the most beautiful constituency in the province. I still represent the most beautiful constituency in the province, Langford Highlands. Oh, you were doing so well. I was doing so well. But I represented, prior to the election, not only the communities of Langford and Highlands, which I represent. I love it. It's super easy. Langford and the Highlands. That's my riding. Two incredible communities, home to 2 provincial parks, I might add, that I'll touch on. But I also represented Esook, Otter Point, Shirley, Jordan River, all the way out to Port Renfrew. And I say that because my predecessor always said, name those communities, because if you forget to name those communities, they will know. They'll be paying attention. And to be able to have the connection with the regional directors at the time, Mike Hicks and then Al Wickham, to know that our provincial parks and our regional parks, but in particular our provincial parks, were not just being enjoyed by British Columbians. They were being enjoyed by people from all over the world. I often joke, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, I had a bit of a different upbringing. I always wanted to camp as a kid, but my parents said we came from camping in India, and so why would we go out and camp here? Maybe the Minister of Mining would understand and appreciate that. And so I never really got a chance to experience true camping as a kid. It wasn't until high school that I really got a chance to enjoy, truly enjoy our provincial parks and again, acknowledge the beauty that we have here. Now, as I said, our provincial parks, through this legislation, Bill 3, acknowledges the work that we've done, but it also acknowledges the work that we continue to need to do with expansions and with, obviously, the work with name changes as well. And people from Europe, Americans, everyone enjoys our parks. But let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Let's be crystal clear. British Columbians love our provincial parks. We welcome people from all over the world to enjoy our provincial parks. These are provincial parks, not provincial state parks. So Google, make that correction. Make that correction. These are provincial parks, and to our friends down south in the United States, come on by anytime. If you're heading out to Port Renfrew, to the Juan de Fuca Provincial Park, make sure you stop by and support our local restaurants, our local camping grounds, and enjoy our provincial parks as much as you want. In the good times, in the summer times, when things are really nice and dry, and even now, when things are a little wet. Enjoy those provincial parks. But, Mr. Speaker, I think you and I will agree, those provincial parks are not today, nor will they ever be for sale. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to spend some time talking a bit about stewardship of our provincial parks. As Bill 3 and this important work that my colleague has done in bringing forward this legislation and talking about expanding provincial parks, 143 hectares to 3 existing parks, protecting land is only and truly one part of the equation. We must also actively manage and steward it to address growing challenges. As the Minister of Forest and the Minister responsible for the BC Wildfire Service, and like I said in this House previously, British Columbians know all too well the devastating impacts of wildfires to our communities. MLAs in this House, new MLAs, and also those previously that have served in local government officials and just living in communities know the devastating impacts of wildfires and the fact that it's increasing in severity due to climate change, which requires us to better steward our lands, to have better forest management, and also to have better fire mitigation strategies. As part of this work that we're doing through Bill 3 and the amendments, we also need to make sure that we are addressing invasive species as well. I didn't get an opportunity to be in Vancouver this week with the House in session at the Invasive Species Council of BC, but I got a chance to beam in virtually and record a video. We know that threatening native biodiversity in our parks requires ongoing intervention as well, and it's so important that as part of our collective work in regards to this, that we're doing that work for sure. And then also, as I touched on previously, tourism impacts are massive for our community, especially here on the South Island. I would say the entire Vancouver Island. People come to British Columbia for a whole host of reasons, to be able to celebrate the absolutely beautiful province in every corner of our province, and having our provincial parks and expanding our provincial parks, as my colleague, the minister, has done through Bill 3, recognizes that this is an economic strategy as well, that this is an opportunity to be able to put British Columbia on the forefront. And again, I joke about it, the amount of people that I met when I represented Port Renfrew as an example, and would just pop into a provincial park once in a while just to be able to check out some work that we had done in the provincial parks to be able to create. Parking can be a bit of a challenge in our provincial parks, without a doubt. They're busy. They're absolutely busy. Washroom facilities, accessibility, those sort of pieces that I'm sure I'll touch on in the time that I've got. But to have been able to see over the course of the last number of years as an MLA, the incredible tourism benefits of our provincial parks is incredible. I think of a small business that was formerly in my community in East Souk, a little cafe in Shirley, not in East Souk. They benefited from the expansions that we've made, the accessibility work that we've done to the Juan de Fuca Provincial Park as a prime example. And so collectively, whether it's the tourism impacts, invasive species, wildfires, it's so important that we continue our work to invest in stewardship and ensure that our parks remain healthy, accessible, and resilient for many years to come. Because if we don't, we will take them for granted. And again, it's why it's so important that this legislation, Bill 3, builds on the work that we've done in the past, but also ensures that we're preparing for the future as well. I'd be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't take a moment as a new minister, and in particular as a new Minister of Forests and the Minister responsible for the BC Wildfire Service, to touch on the impacts that wildfires have occurred to our provincial parks. In particular, Wells Gray Provincial Park in 2024. We had to close many campsites at Wells Gray because of lightning strikes. And because of the hardworking men and women of the BC Wildfire Service, the Wildfire Service has just done incredible work. 2023 and 2024 were some of the worst wildfire seasons on record. In fact, 2023 was the worst wildfire season on record in British Columbia. 2024 was the fourth worst wildfire season on record. Just in those 2 years, nearly close to $2.5 billion in damage that has occurred, that has cost British Columbians. But how can you put a price on our provincial parks? And it's why it's so important that as we build off of these challenging years, 2023 and 2024 wildfire seasons, again, one of the 2023 being the worst wildfire season on record, that we expand and properly manage our parks as well. And I'm so proud to be able to work as the Minister responsible for the BC Wildfire Service with my colleague, the Minister of Environment and Parks, on this important work to ensure that as we act as natural fire breaks, we institute natural fire breaks so we can preserve old-growth forests, wetlands, riparian zones, and ensure that we're doing all of this good work. Bill 3, Mr. Speaker, provides us as an opportunity as we're expanding our parks to be able to look at this important work. And I hope other members will have an opportunity to be able to speak to what provincial parks mean to them as well. And as we do that work, we also need to ensure that we acknowledge and support traditional Indigenous land management practices as well, such as controlled burns, which help reduce wildfire risk as well. We have wildfire risk reduction projects happening everywhere across this province. We have added dollars to the Forest Enhancement Society of BC as a prime example of that. And we need to encourage sustainable forestry practice as part of that, and that's the work that I'm leading in the Ministry of Forests. But it's important that we begin this work in our provincial parks. I remember meeting in Vanderhoof just a few weeks ago and meeting with the mayor and council, and then pulling out a map and sharing with me the impacts that wildfires have happened in their provincial parks and how it's led to growth. And so it's a commitment that I made with them. Madam Speaker, welcome to the chair, the Honourable Speaker, that we collectively work together to be able to address those challenges. And I look forward to the opportunity with Bill 3 and the work that the minister is doing to be able to address those challenges as well. I want to touch, Madam Speaker, on the connection between parks and well-being. I don't know about you, as someone who lives fairly close to a provincial park, just down the road from Gowan Todd Provincial Park. I've got two provincial parks in my constituency, Langford Highlands Gowan Todd Provincial Park and Goldstream Provincial Park. Welcome my colleagues on this side of the House and the colleagues on the other side, if you happen to be sticking around for the weekend to check them out. But with Bill 3 and the amendments that we're making to this, it provides us an opportunity to be able to acknowledge the well-being aspect of our provincial parks as well. Studies have shown that access to nature improves physical and mental health and well-being. It reduces stress and promotes outdoor activity as well. I think there was no greater time than our provincial parks were used than during the pandemic, when we couldn't meet in the chamber, we couldn't meet in many different places. We had to protect one another, and provincial parks served as an opportunity for us to be able to gather and spread out and just enjoy nature. And I know that so many of my constituents in Langford Highlands fully utilized Goldstream Provincial Park and certainly used Gowan Todd Provincial Park as well. And I think it was a greater acknowledgement of how important it is for us to acknowledge when we're doing this work, when we're bringing forward amendments like the amendments that my colleague, the Minister of Environment and Parks, has brought forward in this legislation, to acknowledge that, again, provincial parks are not necessarily just for conservation, they're not just for protection, but they're for our enjoyment as well. Parks provide so many economic benefits, like tourism, again, bringing in millions of dollars through sustainable tourism and recreation industries. I'm just getting a quick opportunity in my time as Minister of Forests to be able to see that through our Rec Site and Trails programs. But it's so important that we build on this work through Bill 3 and continue investing in protected areas that enhance our local economy, support Indigenous-led conservation efforts, and again, continue to strengthen our community resilience. Touched on previously, wildfires. There's so much work that we can do in partnership with wildfire risk reduction projects in provincial parks through our Crown Land Wildfire Risk Reduction Fund, which we're already doing in tandem between the Ministry of Forests and the Minister of Environment and Parks. And it's so important because you have one of the parks that we're expanding, Wells Gray, that has been impacted by wildfires in previous years. One of the other things, Madam Speaker, that I wish to speak on in the time that I have is that an acknowledgement, I think, in this legislation, a key aspect of it, there's two pieces I want to talk about. Firstly is the expansion. This is a massive expansion to our provincial parks, and I'm so proud on this side of the House, the work that we've done on this. I think of my predecessor, Mo Sahota, when he served as the Minister of Environment back in the 90s, and the work that he did to be able to expand provincial parks. That work led to benefiting so many of my constituents in Langford, Wandafuka, now Langford Highlands as well. It's great to see our new Minister of Environment and Parks continuing on with those new democratic values of making sure that all British Columbians get a chance to benefit from our stewardship as well. With this legislation, Bill 3, we are expanding BC's parks and protected areas by adding 143 hectares to 3 existing provincial parks, Naikoon, Wells Gray, and Cinemalsa Naris. And as part of this work, it's an acknowledgement that some of these provincial parks were established in times where there wasn't formal recognition of Indigenous rights and title. There wasn't formal acknowledgement of the meaningful role that government must play, all governments must play, meaningfully engaging with Indigenous peoples, with First Nations. And I think that's what's unique about this amendment, and why I'm so excited to be able to speak to Bill 3, and I hope my other colleagues on this side of the House and others on the other side will speak up to it as well, is this was done in meaningful dialogue and consultation with Indigenous peoples, with First Nations. And that's unique because for a long time, we weren't doing that as a government. We would often talk, I presume, as I wasn't there, 40, 50, 70, 80, 100 years ago, when we first talked about Strathcona Provincial Park, I'm sure back then we weren't inviting First Nations to our table. We weren't inviting First Peoples, those who've been stewarding our land since time immemorial, to the table to be a part of these conversations, to be able to hear directly from them on the importance of stewarding those lands. And it's so important, as the Minister of Forests, who's had a chance to travel much of the province. I was on a road trip, Madam Speaker, just a few weeks ago, visited Smithers, Burns Lake, Terrace, Fraser Lake, Fort St. James, Vanderhoof, Prince George, Williams Lake, Quesnel, a few places in the last little while, to be able to hear directly from Indigenous peoples, in particular First Nations leaders, on the important role, and to see the connection that's been formed. When we've talked about provincial parks in the past, in my community of Langford-Juan-de-Fuca, now Langford Highlands, that my colleague from Juan-de-Fuca-Malahat represents, we've talked about the challenges when we've looked to expand provincial parks. There's been concerns raised by nations that we have not meaningfully engaged with them. We haven't given thought or consideration to the impacts of expanding parks on First Nations. And so it is so important that we engage with people. My colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, talked about, whether it's online or on the site of these provincial parks, acknowledging the Indigenous names, the ancestry, the territorial acknowledgement. I'll tell you, it wasn't too long ago that I had an opportunity to be at Juan-de-Fuca Provincial Park when I was the MLA for the region, and to be able to see a beautiful board display from the Pacheedaht Nation, the people of the Seafoam, as they're known as, beautifully constructed. This was a great partnership between BC Parks, the CRD, and the Pacheedaht Nation that acknowledged the territories, and to be able to see little kids run up and take a look at the history. We often talk about the enjoyment of our provincial parks, running around, lots of running around, sometimes up big hills and down hills, and taking some falls and getting some scrapes. That's what I remember as a kid growing up, was all the scrapes on your knees going through our beautiful provincial parks. But we also, not to try to bore this for the kids at home, these are history lessons for us as well. It's an opportunity for us to be able to acknowledge that these parks, before they were parks, they were and continue to be territories for local nations as well. And so through the work that my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, is doing through the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, I'm so proud that this legislation and legislation we're bringing forward, like Bill 3, is being done through that lens, through meaningful, true, lasting and meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples. And for me, when I see this legislation come forward and I see the name change, which I'll touch on, I think of the relationship that I was able to build previously with the Pacheedaht Nation, and the work that goes into not only expanding parks, but recognizing those territories and making sure that it's not just done on a website, that it's done physically on the ground for people to enjoy. And that's why this legislation, is so meaningful, because it speaks to renaming 2 parks to traditional Indigenous names that recognize the significant cultural values, and again, supports ongoing reconciliation as well. And I think it falls upon all of us. I think of this in my communities often when we name things after, in recognition of Indigenous peoples, the first thing people are worried about is how do you pronounce it. You don't want to in this case, embarrass yourself or disrespect a nation as well. And so it's so important that that this work is now collectively all of us. As it's been introduced, Bill 3 in this House, it's an opportunity for all of us to be able to practice these names, and I think it's an opportunity for all British Columbians to do so as well. And so Enderby Cliffs Park near Salmon Arm will be renamed Tlapin Enderby Cliffs Park, and Tablaquin, which means cliff in Interior Salish, and McQueen Marine Park near Tofino will be renamed Nismokin, which means our land that we care for in Ichalnuth. This is such a great opportunity for the generations today to be able to acknowledge these names and to just watch a year or 2 or 5 or 10 years from now, these names will just be flying, and they'll be used, and there'll be an acknowledgement of our past and how important reconciliation is on our journey as well. Madam Speaker, I know that provincial parks mean so much to British Columbians, and it's why it's so important that we do our level best to be able to make additions whenever we can. And we take this opportunity to be able to provide an opportunity for British Columbians to be a part of this work and to be able to enjoy these parks. As an MLA, I learned very quickly that one of the most controversial days as an MLA in our community office, and I know that there's a lot of new members on both sides of the House, so I'm giving you a bit of a heads up, but when the first day of provincial parks booking happens, that's a pretty controversial day because sometimes the website doesn't necessarily work, or sometimes people are just jamming on there online and trying to get their booking in, and so usually when it doesn't work out for them, they're calling their MLA's office. So just a heads up for folks. Though we've done lots of work over the years to be able to rectify those challenges and to be able to address the high volume of people that are coming online and taking advantage of our provincial parks. And I know that with this legislation, Madam Speaker, Bill 3, there will be a lot of people getting an opportunity to be able to enjoy these 5 parks that we speak to, the 2 that I named, and of course Naikoon, Wells Grey, and Cinnamousin Narrows provincial parks as well. Provincial parks serve as an opportunity for us to be able to acknowledge the beautiful province that we live in. Again, I think of my own personal connection to provincial parks growing up as a kid, visiting with my parents in provincial parks, and often what we did in our family was we would just go on a little bit of a picnic in our provincial parks as well, and that's a memory that I hold quite dearly with my parents and my grandmother and my siblings, and I know that all British Columbians have that connection with provincial parks as well, and there's so many of them across the province. With this legislation that we've brought forward, it's an acknowledgement of the great work that has been done through the last number of years on stewarding our provincial parks, on protecting our provincial parks, again, protecting the biodiversity, protecting parks from wildfires and climate resilience. We know that climate change is having a devastating impact on our lands, and it's so important for us to be able to address that, not just through dealing with it when wildfires occur, but all the important work that happens prior to that as well. But also, it's an opportunity for us to be able to acknowledge that a lot of fun happens in our provincial parks. I remember the last time I was at Gallantodd Provincial Park, I and a couple of buddies that were going up came across someone who was getting engaged. And so that was really nice, and they didn't have it was just a person who was proposing, and they didn't have someone taking a photo. And so we took the photo and provided it to them, and so that was really special to be able to see. Provincial parks have a meaningful place in my heart, as they do for all British Columbians, and I just wanted to provide my opportunity through Bill 3 in this legislation, the Park Act amendments for BC, to be able to speak to the value of our provincial parks and the work that my colleague, the Minister of Environment Parks, has been doing since she was sworn in as the Minister to stand and defend our parks and to steward them and to expand them. A lot of work is done through this legislation, but there's so much more work to do, and what a pleasure to be able to stand in this House, Madam Speaker, and be able to speak to this legislation and the important work that we're doing on this side of the House on this important project. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member from Kamloops Centre. Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, a lot to unpack there on a bill that had almost nothing to do with most of what the speech was. And I say that because Bill 3 certainly... Sorry, did you want to be the designated speaker? I know you're trying to kill the clock, Minister. You could. Okay, perfect. You wanted us to speak just a minute ago. So would you like me to have the floor, or would you like the floor back? Okay, thank you. You know, it's interesting how testy the government is instantly. Here we are on our essentially third day of sitting in the legislature, and we're watching the government filibuster, for the viewers at home, filibuster Bill 3, which is a standard housekeeping bill that comes forward every year as the Minister of Environment and their staff do some updated mapping on BC park systems. And so 134 hectares is absolutely an expansion of BC parks. It's certainly not the government trying to get to the 30 by 30 things that we talk about with parks across the country. This is housekeeping, cleaning up of mapping. When you think of the size of a Wells Grey Park, which used to be in my former riding, 134 hectares spread out around the perimeter of a park means that they've changed the map adjustment by about 6 inches on the perimeter, if that, of the Wells Grey Park. When you add in how many parks this bill deals with, that's the scale and scope and magnitude for the viewers at home that this government is dealing with here today. Now, I say that because this is a returning government that, despite the fact of that, they should have, you would have thought, had legislation that was already being worked upon heading into this session and heading into the election. And even if they didn't, it's been 3 months, over 3 months, since Cabinet was sworn in. Yet the best this government has for us to work on in the middle of a threat of a tariff war, despite all of the rhetoric about how hard they're working and fast action they're taking, and how they need this legislative session to take that action, is to filibuster Bill 3, which in a normal session, if this was mixed in with other consequential, more consequential legislation, would have had the minister and the critic speak, and we would have moved on. And then it would have gone to committee stage, and it would have had about an hour's worth of questions, if that, and it would be passed. We've now pushing 2 hours just on the filibuster, and my understanding is the government intends to drag this out through the end of the day because they have nothing else to work on, quite literally. We don't have the legislation that has been promised 2.5 months ago by the Minister of Energy around the energy regulator to speed up the environmental assessment process around wind farms, which is now tied in somehow to the tariff war and how we're going to accelerate projects. In fact, those 9 projects are half of the projects this government is talking about speeding up and accelerating. It's not even on the schedule for this week. So unless the minister will have it appear on by Thursday, we won't be working on that this week. Yet the government repeatedly tells us how fast they are moving on things. So I just want to make sure that the public at home understands when you don't hear the opposition speaking to Bill 3 and why we didn't speak with any number of members on Bill 2, because these are housekeeping bills. I'm frankly surprised the miscellaneous stats bill hasn't come forward, where it's literally a series of punctuation and grammar and cleaning up language on a wide variety of pieces of legislation, which also happens on a regular basis regardless of who is in government. So is it important? The stuff in Bill 3 around parks? Absolutely. Is it important around recognizing Indigenous names around BC parks? Absolutely. Has nothing to do with wildfires that the Minister of Forest just talked about for 20 of his 30 minutes. If Bill 3 was that consequential, surely the minister would have talked for the full 30 minutes about every clause in Bill 3. But it's only a few clauses long, it's only a couple of pages long, and it's GIS mapping, modernization. It happens every single year. The members in this place that have been here for a while know that. So let's not make this out to be any more than it is. I look forward to the government actually finally bringing forward something substantive. I hope the Minister of Energy brings forward something as substantive as the energy regulator with enough time so that we can properly debate it and not have the government actually force closure on it till we know the full ramifications of it. And I say that because when he was the Minister of Health, Bill 36 got rammed through that way. Very substantive piece of legislation. And in that session, you know how that session started? Not with Bill 36. You can probably tell by the numbering when it came up in the session. You could probably tell where that came up. We started with some filibustering. We started with long debates about not very consequential legislation. And then we ran out of time on the stuff that actually has long-lasting, serious implications for a wide swath of the public. That's the track record of this government in a legislative session. That is what we're seeing unfold again. The Premier likes to bill himself as a man of action. We're 3 months post Cabinet being sworn in, 2.5 months post the promise around legislation coming forward for the energy regulator. The Premier has talked repeatedly about how this session is going to focus on tariffs and the legislation needed to counter those tariffs. And we see nothing, and nothing on the horizon. So we'll sit here and do our part as opposition till the bells ring at 6 o'clock, where we're going to have a standing vote that was already unanimous today about tariffs and taking action, but we won't actually debate any legislation that has any actual effect about tariffs in this place, because the government doesn't have any of it ready and they're not bringing it forward. The good news for the government, though, is the 6 o'clock bells ringing is a convenient way to burn an extra half an hour off the clock, so it's one less person they have to put up to speak to Bill 3. That's what happens when the government has to filibuster their own housekeeping bills.
Member?
So thank you for this time on Bill 3.
Member, just remind members at second reading, it's an opportunity to debate the bills, general principles and objectives, and that being Bill 3, Protected Areas of British Columbia Amendment Act 2025, and members should ensure they remain relevant in their debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I will certainly do that, Madam Chair. I'm still trying to figure out how to tie in wildfires to Bill 3 when it has absolutely nothing to do with wildfires. So I'm still processing what the Minister of Forest did for 20 of his 30 minutes around Bill 3. But I was wrapping up my comments. On Bill 3 anyways, Madam Chair, so I do appreciate the guidance, and I would hope that at least then, if the government is insisting on filibustering their own bill, they do have 40-plus members. Surely they don't have to have such a short bench of people speaking for half an hour about things that actually aren't related to the bill either. They could just put up a few more speakers and have them speak for a little less time, and at least we'd get a little variety. What will eventually turn into a comedy hour here at the Legislature for the last hour and a bit. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is my first chance to speak to a bill and also my first time in the House, so I didn't know all that history, but thank you for that. Anyway, so I rise today to speak in favour of the legislative amendments to the Protected Areas of British Columbia Act, which adds approximately 143 hectares to 3 existing parks and renames 2 parks to their Indigenous names. As the MLA for Surrey Newton, I come from the City of Parks, so obviously I had to speak today. Parks and protected areas play a crucial role in preserving biodiversity, safeguarding culturally sensitive spaces, and strengthening the bond between people and nature. These areas provide a refuge for unique species and ecosystems that might otherwise be threatened by development, pollution, or climate change. They also hold deep cultural and historical significance, particularly in recognizing the Indigenous peoples who have stewarded these lands in time immemorial. At the same time, parks also offer sanctuary for people to escape the stresses of city life or this legislature, reconnect with nature, and find a sense of peace. I wanted to speak today because some of my best childhood memories are from times that I've spent in provincial parks. These were the days
the field trips that we always looked forward to. And I can still think back to 20 years ago when we'd be packing our lunches, putting on our hiking shoes, and setting off for an adventure beyond the classroom. I remember in high school waking up at the crack of dawn to leave for school, get on a school bus full of students, and drive all the way to Joffrey's Lake Provincial Park, which for those of you that don't know is closer to between Squamish and Whistler, or it's in Whistler. So from Surrey, we needed to get out before the traffic of the morning in order to start a 10-kilometer long hike. That was really fun at the time, but if today you ask me to do that same hike, I get tired just thinking about it, so I wouldn't be doing that today. But at the time, that took us all day long to do that 10-kilometer hike, and it was really the highlight for us. And it was the highlight of that entire grade 10 year for me. As we walked and hiked, we learned about local wildlife, we learned about the names of different plants and forest floras, and even to this day, I can point out a deer fern to you wherever you're walking because that stuck with me from these days. And I remember seeing the breathtaking views at the end of the long hike of the beautiful lake. And these are the things that made these trips so unforgettable and memorable for me. And I would highly recommend that anyone that hasn't done the Joffrey's Lake hike do so if you have better stamina than I currently do. These trips to provincial parks were a hands-on way to connect with nature and appreciate the beauty that no textbook could ever teach us. Even now, when I speak to high school students in my own riding, and I hear their excitement as they endeavor to go onto provincial parks, whether it be Joffrey's Lake or elsewhere, they are so excited to leave their schools and get out into the parks. They tell me that the best school days that they have are these days when they can actually leave the school, leave the city behind for a while and explore the forests, the rivers, and the lakes that make our province so special and unique. The shared love for these experiences reminds us all why it's so important to protect and preserve these spaces, and why I'm so glad that we're able to do so through this bill. So not just as someone that can enjoy them today, but for future generations to come, so that they can also experience that same sense of wonder and awe that we all have been fortunate enough to do. For my family, our local provincial parks were not just a destination for outdoor recreation, they were also places where so many of our memories were made over the years. Growing up as a child of immigrants, going to parks was a central part of my childhood. This was one of the most easiest and most affordable ways for my family to get out of the house, enjoy the fresh air, and spend time with family without worrying about costs and of how expensive activities, other activities, or outings could be. My parents, like so many others who immigrated to this country to make a better life for their children, they worked hard to provide for us, but that sometimes meant that there wasn't a lot of extra money for expensive outings and activities, as I mentioned. But we always made sure to get out to a park, whether provincial or a local park, every single weekend and make memories together. So whether you look at our local parks, personally the one that we'd always go to is Bear Creek Park in Surrey, or if you look at our provincial parks, like Cultus Lake Park, these are the places where we spent so many of our summer days in the park with our extended families, our aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents coming together, having a picnic from home, everyone bringing something different, laying out a picnic cloth and just getting out there and eating, local food, but also our own traditional foods in the parks while the children got to run around the playgrounds, they got to hike, while the parents got a moment to sit back and take a break from their long days. These moments, simple as they were, shaped my appreciation for public spaces and parks, and how they made life easier for working families like my own. I'll forever be grateful for these moments and memories and continue to build new ones for myself and my new family. So now that I'm married and have my own little family of my husband, Darcy, and I, and our adorable dog, Simba, we're creating our own family traditions in these provincial parks. And our favorite family tradition is actually going camping at Golden Ears Park. So I will say, prior to meeting my husband, I was not much of a camper, but he's wore me down and showed me how wonderful it can be. And for the last number of years, every single year we go camping at Golden Ears. We love to spend time hiking in the local trails, spotting wildlife, albeit not too close, there's sometimes bears in the area, and paddleboarding on the lake until the sun goes down. We spend our evenings gathered around the campfire, catching up on life, and making our infamous banana boats, which are bananas cut out with marshmallows and chocolate and put them in aluminum over the fire. And we sit there over the evening just looking at the beauty that is around us. These weekends in the wilderness aren't just about escaping the city. They're about reconnecting with nature, with one another, and with ourselves. So no matter how busy life gets, we know that every summer we will have that time together, surrounded by nature's beauty. One of the most valuable parts of these trips is how they allow us to reset from the fast-paced demands of everyday life. Our everyday life means constant noise, screens, schedules, but while camping, everything slows down. Breathing in the fresh air, listening to the rustling leaves, and feeling the stillness of the quiet morning by the lake has an almost magical ability to melt away stress, which we could all use in this job. The simple act of walking through the forest, away from the pressures of work and responsibilities, is a powerful reminder that sometimes the best way to recharge is to step outside and immerse yourself in the great outdoors. And I can't wait to do that again this summer. And I've already made reservations, and will note that our reservation system is open and booking into June right now. So if you haven't made your reservations, make sure to do so, because they are coveted and they go quick. So beyond the personal benefits of our provincial parks, our parks also hold deep cultural and historical importance. Many parks and protected areas in Canada have Indigenous names, reflecting the original peoples who have lived on and cared for these lands long before they became designated parklands. As the daughter of immigrants, this recognition is deeply impactful and meaningful to me. My family came to this country seeking opportunity, and we have built a life here. But it is essential that we acknowledge that these lands have a history far older than our own presence. Seeing Indigenous names restored to parks is a small but powerful way to honor that history, respect Indigenous stewardship, and remind us all that reconciliation is an ongoing process. Learning the meaning behind these names and the stories tied to the land enriches our understanding and deepens our connection to the places we love. All of our favorite provincial parks are more than just places for recreation. They're where we've celebrated milestones, we found moments of peace, and learned to respect the environment. Watching the sunset over the lake or hearing the wildlife at dawn reminds us of how precious these protected spaces are. Parks also provide an essential space for education. So whether it's a school field trip, as I mentioned, or a family camping weekend, or even a solo walk on a trail, they teach us about the importance of sustainability, biodiversity, and respecting the land. They are places where we learn not only about the environment, but about ourselves, our need for fresh air, our need for movement, stillness, and connection. It also encourages mindfulness. And myself, I've even before been given doctor's orders to just get out into nature and touch grass, personally. So I know how important it can be to just reset yourselves being in nature. So we're so lucky to live in such a beautiful province where we have the ability to go to provincial parks anytime that we want. When I think about the future, I hope that the next generation continues to experience the same joys that I did. Whether it's their first time seeing a deer on the trail, their first hike to a breathtaking viewpoint, or the first time they truly feel at peace in nature. Parks remind us that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. They teach us about the interconnectedness of life, the importance of conservation, and the rich cultural histories that shape this land. For my family, our provincial parks aren't just a getaway. They're sanctuaries, classrooms, and a connection to something deeper. They are places that have given us so much, and it's our responsibility to steward them for generations to come. That being said, I'm so honored to speak in favor of this bill and expand our existing parks. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker. And I haven't had the opportunity yet to congratulate you on your role, Honourable Speaker. It's a role I really enjoyed. I'm going to offer my full support, as I'm sure we all are in this role. We'll all be on our best behaviour, and I am sure I speak for everybody when I say that. Maybe not. But anyways, I will try my best on my own stead. So feel free to remind me to speak to the bill. A trick I used to use was if I wasn't speaking to the bill or someone else wasn't, I'd hold up the bill as a reminder. So maybe use that for me if I need it. So anyways, I am honored to be able to speak in support of the legislation. I thank our new Minister for Environment and Parks for bringing it forward. It's a bit of a tradition in this House. Every so often we have to make adjustments to park boundaries. We have to add more land, and we have to sometimes minus land from our parks. And we have to discuss about how do we better protect these parks. And now, Ministry of Tourism obviously relies very, very dearly on our park system to grow our tourism industry. Anyone who works in tourism knows that our park system, our wild places, our environment is one of the main reasons people come here. They want to come here to supernatural British Columbia. It's on the tagline on many ads, many commercials, many publications through the life of this great province. I think we can go a long way back in history to see the role parks and wild places have played in this place to have people want to come and visit and get to understand it. But it's more than that. I think this bill also recognizes that parks are there, but they're not parks without people. They're not parks without history, without heritage. Indeed, we are trying to right wrongs that have gone back some years in terms of recognizing that Indigenous folks Indigenous nations, Indigenous people have been living, working, using our park spaces since time immemorial. Indeed, some of our parks have very important village sites, very important sacred sites, very important histories and heritages, which sometimes we can learn about them, sometimes they are the belongings of the nations who live in that area. And so I thank the nations who are willing to share and able to share some of that with us so that we can understand these places as well. And that sometimes starts with the naming of a place. And so, as has become a bit of a tradition in this place, we are working at making sure Indigenous place names are on these parks as well, because that speaks to the true history of this province. I think of a favorite park of mine, Garibaldi Provincial Park. Garibaldi never saw that park, never came within thousands and thousands of kilometers of that park. He was much revered by a local mountaineering hiking club, and thus that's how it got the name Garibaldi. Well, that wasn't originally the name for the local nations. I think of the two sisters or the twin sisters that we see, those of us in Vancouver see very often, but many refer to them as the Lions. Of course, they were the twin sisters long before anyone ever referred to them as the Lions, and it speaks to an important heritage, an important history moment for the Squamish and nations to the north around finding peace and finding togetherness between their two nations, and stand as a mark for us all to think about peace and how do we build peace. So I know that's the same in terms of other importance for these parks in terms of their naming, and I will get there as I get there, but I really just can't underscore enough how important our park system is for our tourism system, for growing tourism in our province, for growing community health, obviously, as other members have mentioned, for allowing us to breathe, for allowing us to decompress from the day-to-day life that we work with. So this bill, through changes to park boundaries, through expansions, through renaming, is improving the park system. And I want to thank the Minister for doing that and for looking across the whole park system to find ways to improve it with not just renaming, but also finding ways to have cultural interpretation within the parks, to tell the stories in the parks, to identify the locations, to identify the plants, the flora, the fauna. In this Ministry of Tourism, of course, we have a lot of effort around culture, and culture, of course, including museums and including heritage and the heritage branch. And so taking from the outdoor, not just inner museums, but helping people see what our province is about when they're in the parks as well, that they are living museums, they are living heritage sites, and they have that to offer us and to our tourism and to our tourists. So many businesses in my ministry work with the park system every day, and they work whether or not it's needing permits for access to parks, whether or not it's using the parks as a place that they bring visitors to. They take them on tours. You don't have to go too far in any direction in this great province to see tour groups, mountaineers, snowmobile clubs, others accessing our parks, mountaineers, they're the rock climbers. I'm working on that one. My fingers aren't strong enough, but I'm working on the rock climbing. I'm sure I'll get better at it. This ministry has given me more than a few rocks and mountains to climb, and I thank members for that. But I think to speak to the specific around some of the actual changes in the parks, we start with Naikun Park up in Haida Gwaii. I had the opportunity to visit that park, but also the opportunity to get to understand its connection to culture and its connection to the Haida and its connection to the well-being of Haida Gwaii and indeed of the local economy and the local community. I think anyone who's had the opportunity to be there will see my jaw dropped when I visited the park when the mist finally cleared, and I think folks who visited Haida Gwaii will know that sometimes that doesn't happen for a long time. Sometimes you'll go weeks on end, as I was told, and not see the sun in that same way, but I lucked out that day, and to have that mist clear and to see, I believe it's the Spit, Rose Spit, and out that way, I don't know the traditional name, so apologies, but was and something I should learn. Really breathtaking. So by supporting that, by looking to further protect wildlife habitat in Naikun Park, we're improving both environmental connections, but we're also improving abilities, economic connections, spiritual connections, cultural connections. 104 hectares of land will be added back into Naikun Park. I understand it's surrounded currently by much of the park, and again, will it make improvements? Now, this is something I think a lot of folks don't know, is that sometimes when parks are created, there are certain reasons why small parcels are taken out of the park or not included in the park. I was up hiking Cape Scott Provincial Park, and I looked on the map, and there were little squares that were not part of the park. I didn't understand why, so I started digging around, asking some questions, and some of them go back to the 1900s when one club had a small clubhouse there that hasn't been in operation for 75 years. Well, it's still registered in this club's name, so it's private property. The club doesn't exist anymore, but the Park Service has yet to get around to updating that map to reflect that that's no longer needed as a private use and it can come into the park. Well, that's some of what we're doing here today as well, is old uses, whether it be rangers' cabins or other things that are no longer needed and protected in a different way than a Class A park, are now brought back into Class A parks. Wells Gray Park, the addition, through a purchase of 33 hectares to protect the wetland and forest. Again, important work. When you get up to Clearwater, you get up and talk to tourism businesses in that area, there is such pride for that park. That park in the tourism industry in the area is incredibly important. If you haven't had the opportunity to visit, I really urge you to do it. It's the waterfalls alone will leave you stunned, but there's so much more to it. It's a big park. It's got both the environmental values, whether or not the mountain caribou and the other creatures that make that place home, but also just so vital for getting out on the canoes, getting out and seeing that country. I know the folks in the region have real pride for it. They've told the story, they've interpreted, they've made the arguments about why they need to find more ways to tell that story, and adding some more land in there to help them with that, all to the good, and I think it makes a lot of sense to me. Sinamoose and Narrows near Sicamous, houseboat capital of Canada, I believe, has been the title for many years, and certainly very good for the tourism industry in that region. Great business, great jobs. Former member from the area, Greg Kylo, used to talk a lot about the support for houseboats in the area and how that's an important part of the tourism region out there in Sicamous in the area. I know folks who've actually left the West End, who lived in my constituency, and moved to the area in part because of the parks. but largely because of the tourism generated because of the parks. And they've done set up small businesses in the area, running a restaurant, running a campsite here, and they're living the best life. They do miss the West End and the hustle bustle, but for them, being able to access both the parks and the tourism and economic benefits, all the best. And so certainly adding 3 hectares of land and adjacent lakeshore, that'll improve their business as well. It'll have some clarity for them about where they can go and what they can do in the different areas closer to Sicamous. Now, one of the amendments in this legislation, which is important to my ministry, and I'll speak a little bit further about this one because I've had some questions, people asking me about it, not quite clear about where Kilby Park is. Kilby Park is listed. We're making some changes through this legislation to bring Kilby Park over to the Heritage Branch, which is housed within my ministry. The branch has managed the park and the adjacent Kilby Historic Site since 2003, but have had different management regimes, different structures, different bureaucracy, different legislation, requirements, regulations. Some say red tape, others say protections, but anyways, there's been a bit of a this and a that since 2003 on Kilby Historic Site and Kilby Park. We're looking to bring the parks section over to the heritage site in addition to, of course, we've already had the historic site over to us. And the reason is twofold. One, I'll share first off before I forget, because I'm getting better. I want to make sure to give my appreciations. I want to thank the Kilby Heritage Society that has been managing this on our behalf. We have many heritage sites in this province, in many constituencies across the province. This one was actually purchased by the BC government in 1972. The BC NDP, in their first year of forming government, I believe, purchased it, as well as a number of our heritage sites at the time back then. I wasn't alive, so I'm learning that heritage now, that history now. But they purchased it because it was a working general store, a working hotel, a working community center for Harrison Mills since 1902. And it had indeed continued operating all the way up to 1977 as a general store for the area. So to be clear, where the area is if you know Harrison Hot Springs, if you know Chilliwack, if you know Harrison River, you'll be getting closer to where Kilby is actually located. Kilby is I should correct myself. I said it was a general store in 1902, 1906. Don't rely on the memory with all these numbers because you'll get befuddled. So I'll rely on the paper, which is to say 1906 was when the Kilby General Store began in Harrison Mills in the District of Kent, British Columbia. Really worth viewing. I got out there to Kilby Heritage Center, Kilby Heritage Society a couple of years back, visited the campground, visited the area that we're talking about in this legislation. It's well worth your time. It's a museum of rural life. It's a museum of what turn of the century, turn of the 1900s looked like in the Fraser Valley. It's really one of the only reminders, aside from the small village in Kent, of the once thriving community of Harrison Mills. It's got a beauty and a small town feel without the town, because of course Harrison Mills started to shrink over time as the railway went past, as the lumber industry in that area changed and shifted how it did its business. But they continued on with the store. Now there's a cafe. Many friendly farm animals, they want you to know, and I can attest to that. There were, I believe, goats, chickens, ducks, cows, all the things you would expect to see at a farm, and then an incredible general store. So if you visit Kilby General Store, if you visit the campground that we're talking about, you'll see both things to delight the family, but also to learn. You know, I think there's been work that the association that I want to thank, and I'll thank them by name. Claire O'Halloran Chalupa, she's the president of the board. Gordon Robertson, Mel Wardeberg, Lynn Scullion, David Hay, Trish Van Vliet, Sabine Abbasi, Kaylee Pickering. Those are board members of the society who we are working with and who will take over further ability to better manage the campsite on behalf of all British Columbians through our heritage branch. And what's really neat about this is the campsite actually helps support the ongoing heritage work, both restoration, maintenance of heritage structures, but the campsite also helps provide a space that you can, well, sleep after a day of visiting the museum and site, because there's a lot to see in the region. There's a lot to see at the museum itself. So as I was saying, the Kilby General Store, it operated until 1977. So when you go into that store, they kept much of the same, the cash registers, the materials, the goods, so that it looks like it looked in 1906. With a few more modern references. Of course, if you want to buy things at the gift store, you don't have to, they do accept credit cards, they do accept modern technology, but really when you walk in there, it's a walk back in time. There's of course the museum, where you actually will, similar to some other heritage museums and heritage sites that we support through our ministry, I think of Yale, I think of, well, of course, Barkerville, Fort Steele, which we just recently had a re-upping of a new agreement with a new provider, very good provider who's going to do great work there at Fort Steele. But I digress, Honourable Speaker. I think we get the costumed interpreters really help tell the story. They bring you back to that period in a way to understand what life was like, at least through the diaries of Thomas and Eliza Kilby, their son Acton, of course his wife as well, Jessie, who ran it until 1972, and then turned it into a museum. So they had that pride of place because they could draw on their parents-in-law's history to tell that story, to talk about what life was like on the lake there, what life was like in what's now the campsite. But also, importantly, our ministry has been working with the Society to improve how local First Nations are able to have their story told, because you can't tell a history without Indigenous people. And unfortunately in our province, too often over time, that was attempted. And it was told through not their voices or their words, but through another lens, through the lens of the settler. And I think it's important that we see all sides to these stories. And so I'm looking forward to further work they're doing. I know they're also looking at how do they repatriate some of the objects that the cultural objects, the cultural artifacts they have, to make sure they get to the local nations so that they can tell those stories themselves, either at the museum, at the campsite, or further at their own cultural facilities in their own communities. The Kilby site also, of course, has a post office. It served as a post office until 1968. And they talk about the role of communication and how do we communicate in our community. So folks may wonder why I'm spending time on Kilby and the Heritage Branch. Truth is, we don't talk a lot about heritage and the important role that we as legislators have in both preserving heritage, helping it be interpreted, helping people understand both where we've come from so we can understand where we're going. And I think this site is working to do that, as many of our heritage sites have really stepped up to try and both help us understand our past, but also understand how that impacts our future. And I thank them for it, because you can't understand where you're going if you don't understand where you've been. You will never, if you don't know where you are on the map, you won't know where to go. And I think heritage is a way of creating a mental map for us, a bit of a way for us to understand, just as we talk about our own personal heritage and how they impact us, we have to look at how geographically those ripples might have impacted communities around them. And this indeed is what Kilby looks to do. It was one of the first tourism attractors in the Fraser Valley, I've got to say. The train came through, so people would get off. They would get off either there or they would travel by boat. But of course, you need a place to stay. And I think hotel accommodation was few and far between, but they actually set up what they called the Manchester House Hotel there at that location. And you can go up the creaky stairs, step by step, I think, 3 or 4 story tall, from the general store, the post office, making your way up to see what a hotel looked like at the time. It's different, not the same level of accommodations you might expect in our incredible BC hotels we have now. there was water, running water. I think it was in the pantry. There was no running water anywhere else, but that was a luxury for the time. Of course, you hung your clothes up to dry above the stove. Now I know some places we want to do that now when we get out to rural parts of this province and people want to have that experience again. I think of a lot of some of the lodges and cabins and those kinds of experiences that people are setting up or have been running in many communities for many years, where you get that real feeling of the wood stove and using it to cook above it. They get that feeling at Kilby. Indeed, of course, electricity didn't arrive until 1950. So you get that sense through the oil lamps and that kind of thing there. And of course, the good local produce, buy BC, support your egg producers. Well, there's lots of egg producers at Kilby, running around the place anyways. So that's Kilby. I think it's, I didn't know this, but the cellulose and the sculets, there's weaving at the site. That this has been brought in since I'd been there, so there's more of a history around that and around how the connections of local trade with the general store there, and I think that's a history that, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have to understand how our economies worked then so that we can understand how to improve and take them on further today, because there's a lot of those connections that we need to build even further, and my ministry certainly is working to do that, working with incredible partner Indigenous Tourism BC to support our heritage facilities, to support our parks, to support our recreational sites, to support our local businesses to thrive. And so a shout out to Indigenous Tourism BC and the incredible work they do with my ministry to support Destination BC, again, to tell the real story of this land, because that's something many people want to see when they come here. They want to know who was here. They want to know who is here. They want to know the living history of this place. And it's not sometimes put in a box and you look at it in a museum and you don't understand that actually is a living history. That's a living culture. And we need to support that. And I thank them for doing that. Of course, what's more living than an orchard or heritage gardens? Again, things that you can get at Kilby. For the kids, whether it's the teeter-totter, the tree fort, the sandbox. I know certainly there were many young ones there enjoying themselves when I visited. But then there's also the gardens and heritage gardens, looking at, certainly we know that sometimes what we grew long ago is maybe sometimes what we should grow again, because it worked in the region and it worked in people's backyards, and you travel through many parts of this province and you can see, and I think of my friends in Kamloops and how they can show where the large farms were in the area because of the heirloom plants, because of the apple trees, the plum trees, and those kinds of things. And that's the same at Kilby. So I'm excited that they get the opportunity to now fully manage the campground, to set some of the rules and to set some of the priorities there as a heritage society. I think it'll only improve the place. I think it will tell that heritage and history in a much fuller way. And also allow them to sustain their operations in a better way, because heritage sites are not cheap to run. Some of that stuff is irreplaceable, so it's not like you can go to the Canadian Tire and buy some more 1900s cooking implements or things like that, stoves, etc. You have to preserve what you have, and so I'm glad that this will help them do that. We, of course, through all our heritage sites, we look for ways to work with BC Parks to make sure that we're improving for both of us. And I think this ongoing relationship with BC Parks and our heritage branch, but indeed the whole tourism ministry, will continue to lead to many benefits for our communities. And I know I hear all the time from people who work in tourism about how we need to make sure that bond is strong and to strengthen it. Because if they succeed, we succeed. If we succeed, they succeed. And I think there's certainly waterlands resource stewardship as well. That ministry is another one that, of course, also impacts these conversations and these questions and help us achieve our success. So I'm an ambitious guy by nature. I am keen to see growth in our tourism industry. I'm keen to see that growth because I know it's good jobs. And I'm keen to see more people access our parks. And this legislation will help us improve that, give more space for people to enjoy, and not just people, of course, but the critters as well that also rely on these green spaces for their homes. Now, I think let me find that here. I had a few more notes that I was going to add in, is that, to support Kilby and to support our heritage sites, of course, you can only rely on donations from the public. You can only rely on fees for camping or the gift shop for so much. Of course, we always license plates, our BC Parks license plate program to support the parks. On the heritage side, of course, we also do things like we have supported our heritage sites through $4.38 million to maintain the irreplaceable assets. Project funding of $1.3 million to support heritage values. That was in 23-24. Of course, we've looked at major investments in unique heritage infrastructure for places like Kilby through the Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure Program. 2021, $30 million through the BC 150 Time Immemorial Program as well. And then, of course, through our Arts Council, so supporting museums, whether they be house museums. In my community got Rhodey House Museum, heritage site museums, general stores, as we talked about in Kilby. We needed to find a way through the Arts Council to provide more support so they could actually interpret this heritage material and tell the community story in a new way, in a more inclusive way. And so we've increased funding for museums and Indigenous cultural centres 22% through our ministry to reflect that need and to reflect why that is so our priority as a government, to allow our stories to be told. Because, if you don't know your history, you're going to be doomed to repeat it, and maybe in an even worse way than you lived through it to begin with. Here we go. So, one thing I noted that the minister spoke about in her introduction remarks were about seeing actual maps of the location. And I just want to say thank you to the ministry for that. It was a frustration of mine to no end when I was the critic on the environment, because these kinds of pieces of legislation would be brought forward. I believe at the time it was Minister Mary Polak. She'd bring forward the legislation, a whole bunch of description of how this boundary got shifted here, this piece was taken out, we added another piece here. And unless you had the geography in your head, you had no clue of, was this a good thing, was this a bad thing, should we be concerned, is there some other motive at work here? You just didn't necessarily know, and then you'd call up locals, you'd call the neighborhood and say, well, do you support this? Well, we don't know, we haven't seen it either. If we could see the map, then we'd be able to know whether or not we should be concerned or not. And so at the time, I guess I made enough of a stink about it, that there was an agreement that it used to say, go to the ministry office and you'd be able to pull out these giant maps and maybe you could look at them if you were given enough time to be able to spend the time to see it. I know we've made improvements now so that any member who wants to see, or the public, can actually get a sense of what the map looks like and get a better vision into it. So I'm glad that the ministry made that change at the time, because it just leads to better informed debate. We can understand and do our duty as legislators better for it, and it sometimes brings up important questions. Well, if you do this, what is that going to impact for that right away or this right away, and may catch unintended consequences when we make these changes. All right. Now, I think the addition, really, I was going to say, I had meant to mention this in the question around Wellsgrave Park, but was really, when you look at these maps, you assume that everything that would have been done would already be done. The park would be finished, but that's rarely the case. In fact, sometimes there's land that should have been, or they were thinking about putting it in the park, but for whatever reason it didn't pull in. In this case, you add a wetland and a forest, and that's 33 acres of land right on the border there, close to the roadway in. Again, when you're close to developed land, when you're close to land that's not in a park, sometimes creating a bigger buffer for the park is really important. So I'm glad the ministry, and through the BC Parks Foundation, I'm not sure if it came through the Parks Foundation or if it was just ministry purchase. Either way, it's the right thing to do. I think certainly we always need our parks to be there for us, and I think the creatures do too. So on that being said, Honourable Speaker, parks are great for tourism, they're great for our economy, they are great for our health, and I'm fully in support of this legislation, and I thank you for allowing me a bit of time to go into why heritage is just as important in our parks, and why those two things go together with tourism so well. So thank you. I'll be voting yes for this legislation.
Thank you, Minister, and recognizing the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise to speak in favor of Bill 3, Protected Areas of British Columbia Amendment Act 2023, brought forward by the Minister of Environment and Parks. It has been such a pleasure to listen to the statements by my colleagues. I've learned so much about our provincial parks and about a lot of details that don't necessarily are not necessarily articulated in the press release of a bill as well. So perhaps I should start by explaining what the bill does, particularly for the substantial number of people who are tuning into this debate live from the comfort of their own homes. And of course, for the Hansard record, also want to acknowledge the important work of Hansard and all of their efforts in making sure that these debates are made available publicly and broadcast live, both on the internet and on cable television. So Bill 3, the Protected Areas of British Columbia Amendment Act 2023, does a number of things. First, it renames 2 parks. It renames the Enderby Cliffs near Salmon Arm to Blocking, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, which means cliff in interior Salish. So that's the Enderby Cliffs Park near Salmon Arm. Maquina Marine Park near Tofino will henceforth be renamed Nismokin. I'm also looking at the Minister of Environment and Parks over here to ensure that I'm getting those new names close to the accurate pronunciation. And that means our land that we care for in Uchalath. And those are beautiful names. The Bill 3 also adds 143 hectares to 3 parks, the first being Naikun Park in Haida Gwaii. It adds 104 hectares of land that is already surrounded by the existing park, and that land is going to be able to provide further protection of wildlife habitat. The second addition to provincial parks made possible by Bill 3 is 33 hectares of land that will be added to Wells Gray Park, and that is near Clearwater. And that additional 33 hectares will help to protect wetland and forest that is surrounded by the existing park on 3 sides. Now, I'm not familiar with this third park, and so I'm not familiar with the pronunciation. Sinamusan Narrows, which is near Sicamous. Thank you to the Minister for helping me with my pronunciations. 3 hectares of land and 3 hectares of land and 3 hectares of adjacent lakeshore will be added to that park through Bill 3 as well. I really appreciated the comments from the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, because he actually brought my attention to the additional changes that are made possible by Bill 3. So as part of the amendments, Kilby Park near Harrison Mills will be formally transferred to the province's Heritage Branch, which has managed the park and the adjacent Hilby Historic Site since 2003 anyway. And I did not understand the significance of this change until I had heard it thoroughly canvassed by the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture. The amendments also remove 1 hectare from Naikun Park, which is the aforementioned park in Haida Gwaii, and that allows for the expansion of a neighboring cemetery, and it allows for administrative updates to several protected area boundary descriptions as well. So those are the changes that are brought about by Bill 3. And recognizing, though, that provincial parks has a significant history that leads us to this day, to the point where year over year, or maybe every session, we get a similar type of bill that either adds or subtracts or makes adjustments to provincial parks. It really actually brought my attention to what the history of provincial parks is, and it's actually quite an interesting history. So the very first provincial park was established, I want to make sure I get this correct, but it was actually officially legislated in 1911. But its story really began on July 29th in 1910, when a group of people of the BC government, which was led by Chief Commissioner of Lands at the time, his name was Honorable Price Ellison. So this group of people went on an expedition and reached the summit of Crown Mountain. The purpose of this expedition was to explore that surrounding region and look at setting aside land to establish the very first provincial park. And the view from Crown Mountain actually sealed for Price Ellison that this land would be the ideal location to start that first park. And so he submitted his report. He was a minister at the time. He submitted his report on the expedition to the provincial cabinet. And on March 1st, 1911, Strathcona Park was officially legislated. This first park protected 250,000 hectares of wilderness. It was mountainous terrain, deeply forested valleys, home to a whole variety of wildlife, of flora and fauna. It involved a temperate rainforest. People described it as having rugged hillsides and valley floors from tidewater edge to the alpine tundra zone of thousands of feet. And Strathcona Provincial Park remains today one of the richest ecosystems in the world, and was BC's very first provincial park. So that legislation was called at the time Strathcona Park Act, and it placed the park under the control and management of the Minister of Lands. The act withdrew Strathcona lands from, it protected those lands and made it subject to regulations that are set by the Lieutenant Governor and Council, which is a fancy way of saying the provincial government cabinet. Now, I was looking up this history on the BC Parks website, and it was quite interesting. It wrote that while the original act of 1911 seems clearly intended to protect the park from mining, logging, and similar industrial development, both mining claims and timber holdings had been granted prior to the establishment of the park, and existing rights and interests were exempted from the act. And in 1918, the act was amended to open the park to the location, quote, location, acquisition, and occupation of mineral claims under the Mineral Act. So I guess the establishment of parks can be nuanced. Now, more parks have been established or added ever since. Like an example, in 1913, the Mount Robson Park Act established the Mount Robson Provincial Park. And by 1930, 13 provincial parks were set aside, and more than 50 additional areas were reserved for what they described as the pleasure and recreation of the public. Now, at the time, the legal responsibility for parks fell to the Attorney General's ministry, and parks were created by individual statutes that could be assigned to various administrations. So every single provincial park, I suppose, had its own separate statute. And then the Land Service had responsibility for parks like the Land Service had responsibility for parks like Strathcona and Mount Robson, but some of the other parks had advisory boards that were appointed. And this style of management continued essentially up to the beginning of the Second World War in 1939. Now, throughout this entire period, most of the visits by people to these large wilderness parks were actually by more affluent people in society, because the primary way to get to these parks was by rail, and access inside the parks by horses and foot, and accommodation provided by private lodges or cabins. And so visits to public parks and provincial parks for quite a few years in the beginning of their establishment was actually an activity that was dominated by more wealthy and well-to-do people. And at the time, pardon me, we don't need to talk about that. It was actually the Great Depression that started in 1929 that really forced governments, not just in BC, but all across Canada and all through the world, to really cope with the increased number of unemployed people. And so provincial parks became a way that government actually created jobs. Forced work camps were established throughout BC on diverse road and trail projects. They were established in land set aside as parks where the demand for roads, trails, visitor facilities was evident. And through this work, the Forest Service actually became the most capable agency at operating these camps for a while. And some of these camps even continued during the war, accommodating alternative service workers, which were politely referred to, I suppose, as conscientious objectors at the time. Now, by the time the Second World War broke out, the Forest Service was firmly identified with provincial parks, and as a result, the concept of a system of provincial parks rather than these piecemeal designations where you had one act assigned to each provincial park that evolved. Now, this history continues, and in 1965, a revised Park Act was passed by the legislature and provided more detailed classification of provincial parks. I believe that Park Act is actually basically a more modern day version of this now, at the time, now the Protected Areas of BC Amendment Act is a more modern day version of that Park Act, which is the bill that we're referring to today, which is amended by Bill 3. The protection work has expanded since, and today BC has over 1,000 provincial parks, recreation areas, conservancies, ecological reserves, and together all of these protected areas cover more than 14 million hectares, or about 14.7% of the land base. So every year, the province continues to acquire land through the BC Parks Land Acquisition Program. They're able to use this program to expand and adjust and add to these protected areas, which is being made possible, the next iteration of which is being made possible by Bill 3. When we talk about the history of provincial parks, it enables me to reflect on how much effort and how much work and passion has gone into the work of protecting land here in British Columbia. We have heard today from my colleagues what provincial parks means to them and their families and their communities. We've heard personal stories. We've heard about the importance from an ecological and environmental perspective. We heard the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture speak extensively to the value of these provincial parks to our tourism and our economy. We welcome millions of visitors to British Columbia every year that are drawn to BC, to visit BC and spend their money here in BC because of our beautiful provincial parks. And we have heard about the importance of heritage in the context of parks. But none of these protected areas came about by accident. There were champions all along the way. Throughout the years, we've had decades of successive governments that have either chosen or chosen not to prioritize provincial parks. And I also reflect on the individual members of our community and organizations within our communities whose passion leads them to advocating for increased investments in parks, land additions to parks. They watch closely at not only the protection of the areas, but the condition of the parks that they love and hold dear. I think about Brent Hillier, who is a constituent of mine in North Vancouver, Lonsdale, who regularly contacts me with his concerns about improving public access to parks. He's regularly monitoring the investments that are being made in parks and wanting to ensure that these investments are contributing to the health of these parks for generations to come. He is contacting me regularly about a lot of his favorite parks, Manning Park, Seymour Park, access to Garibaldi Park. I also think about Steve Jones, another constituent of mine in my riding of North Vancouver Lonsdale, who is a passionate backcountry enthusiast and advocate for access to the backcountry, who regularly reminds me that it's not enough for us to welcome people from all over the world to visit our parks here in BC. We also have to do the work and make the investments to ensure that our park conditions can handle the visitation. Here in British Columbia, we are incredibly blessed to have access to provincial parks, but those benefits that we glean from the existence of these parks we can't take them for granted. This is work that has to be done intentionally and with deliberate emphasis year over year, decade after decade, because once we lose these parks, and I don't mean, the areas around the map, like they can be protected by statute, but I mean that I regularly hear from community members that visit these parks, the deteriorating trails as a result of increased access to those trails, and the importance of us ensuring that we are doing the work to maintain the condition of those trails and access to them, and the environmental, that we protect these parks against environmental degradation. I mean, when I look at the parks that are impacted by this particular bill, oh gosh, I really hope to be able to visit Haida Gwaii one day. I have heard amazing things and about the beautiful land up there and the amazing people who reside there and have been there and stewarded that land and have title over that land for thousands of years, generations. Sinamoose and Narrows near Sicamous, really hope that it continues to be a thriving, beautiful place of British Columbia that I will one day be able to visit. But Wells Gray Park near Clearwater, now that is a park that I am familiar with. It is a park that my family has started to make an annual tradition to visit at least once a year when we bring my daughter, who's now 15 months old. She's only been up there once, but we've been there. My spouse and I have been up to Wells Gray Park every year for several years prior to her being born. But I hope to be able to bring her up there every year when we go to visit her grandmother, who lives in Darfield and runs a hobby farm there. Wells Gray Park is really, truly magnificent for anybody who hasn't been there before. It is, I have to say, the member for Kamloops Centre, his riding boundaries were redrawn, but previously he also represented Kamloops North Thompson, and I can understand why losing that area of his riding might make him a little bit grumpy. I would be grumpy about it as well, because it is really, truly a magnificent part of the province. It is known as Canada's waterfall park. There are 39 waterfalls that the public can access. I've only visited a few of them multiple times, but just a few of them. Helmskin Falls is a famous one, Dawson Falls and Spahats Falls. Really incredible scenery. It just reminds you of why so many British Columbians choose to make British Columbia their home. I was looking up some of the facts of Wells Gray Park, and there's a wonderful not-for-profit organization called Information Wells Gray, and they give excellent examples or reasons to visit Wells Gray Park. They describe Wells Gray Park as 5,000 square kilometers of pure Canadian wilderness. It has the world's largest non-motorized lake, which is Myrtle Lake, has white sandy beaches and high dramatic peaks. You can also walk through the most extensive and luscious wildflower meadows. You can raft, the best combination of wilderness and whitewater rafting in BC, and they guarantee that. I don't know if there's I don't know if the guarantee is I'm sure that there are other park enthusiasts who would love to debate with them whether or not this is the best whitewater rafting, but they certainly think so. You can canoe some of the purest and clearest waters in the world on Clearwater and Azure Lake, and there are over 200 kilometers of hiking trails, some of which are a few minutes long, and some of which can take several days, and of course, lots of fishing. So the addition of 33 hectares to further protect the wetland and forest that is surrounded by Wells Gray Park already makes a lot of sense to me. I have to say I drive an electric vehicle. Its range is about 200 kilometers in winter. And I have only had the privilege of visiting Wells Gray Park in the fall and winter, which, after hearing the remarks of my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, is probably a good thing. She was talking about all the mosquitoes over at Wells Gray Park. I have not had to encounter or fight off mosquitoes because I tend to visit in the fall and the winter. But the reason why I bring up my electric vehicle in this case is that if you're, just a caution to those who are visiting Wells Gray Park, if you drive an electric vehicle with a range that is about the range of mine during the winter, which is about 200 kilometers, it's not quite enough to get you safely to the waterfalls and back again to charge. So highly recommend in those contexts doing what we do, which is, we pile our family into my daughter's grandmother's truck, and then we all head out there. And
would the member like to adjourn the debate?
Yes, absolutely. Seeing the time would be, am I going to be able to say this right? Noting the time, I would like to adjourn the debate. Is that right?
Member, the question is to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Members, earlier today during private members' time, a division was requested on motion 7, moved by the member for Coquitlam Millardville. Pursuant to Standing Order 25, the deferred division will take place now. Members, the question is that this House condemns President Donald Trump's proposed tariffs as wrong and unjustified measures aimed at threatening Canadian sovereignty and endorses the nationally coordinated Team Canada plan to respond with proportionate retaliatory action if necessary, including strategically targeting industries and regions such as products from Republican states to maximize pressure to deter President Trump from implementing or continuing tariffs. That this House condemns President Donald Trump's proposed tariffs as wrong and unjustified measures aimed at threatening Canadian sovereignty and endorses the nationally coordinated Team Canada plan to respond. Well, it's the same question I think I'm reading. Okay, you heard the motion. I'm filibustering myself. First of all, I would like to remind all those members participating remotely to have your videos on, and please, everybody is doing it? Good? Okay. Those in favor that can stand, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Those who opposed can stand. Please rise or indicate. Madam Clerk will connect with those who are voting virtually. Oh, members, please take a seat. So, Madam Clerk.
Minister Lohr?
I vote aye.
Minister Popham?
I vote aye.
Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye: Lohr, Anderson, Blatherick, Elmore, Sunner, Toporowski, Anderson, Neal, Osborne, Brar, Davidson, Callon, Parmar, Gibson, Bear, Chandra Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Morissette, Sandhu, Krieger, Chant, Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Higginson, Rutledge, Popham, Dick, Sharma, Farnworth, Eby, Bailey, Begg, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Chow, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Phillip, Deere, Sturco, Kindy, Millibar, Warbus, Rustad, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld, L. Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Gasper, K. Neufeld, Block, Peyton, Boltby, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Giddens, Rattay, Davis, McGinnis, Bird, Luck, Stamer, Tepper, Mock, Wilson, Clare, Day, Williams, Lowen, Dollywell, Dirksen, McCall, Valerot, and Botterill, 86. Those voting nay: Brody, Armstrong, Maas, Keeley, and Chapman, 5.
Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.